If you knew that this was your last week on Earth, if you absolutely knew that, if you were told 7 days from now, that's it, the end of story, what would you do with that week? So think about that for a minute. But I need to address an accusation that has been slung against me. It looks like JC, you all know JC Webster, right? Well, he's accusing me of calling him and hanging up. He's accusing me of prank calling him, breathing heavy on the phone and hanging up on him. Well, I'm here to tell you right now that was not me. I don't have JC's phone number. I have been in touch with Edna, though, and she's got some strong words to say. But hey, if JC wants to call me and get an update on Edna, he's welcome to it. But no, whoever's calling you, JC, and breathing heavy on your phone is not me. Sounds like somebody else out there has a crush on you. All right. So it's a 3-day weekend, Memorial Day weekend, right? This is where the summer begins. And I'm sure you're all ready for that, right? Well, a near record 34 million Americans are expected to travel this Memorial Day weekend, and we have the cheapest gas prices in about 11 years. So there's going to be a lot of travelers out there on the road, and one of the big topics of the day is the Transportation Security Administration, right? The TSA. So those who have been traveling in recent months know, if you've been traveling by air, know that the lines have been getting longer and longer, and the wait times are getting so long that you end up missing your flight. Well, the TSA has had enough, and they got rid of Kelly Hogan, the head of security, removed on Monday. And looks like, at least at O'Hare, Chicago's O'Hare, so many people have been complaining about the long waits at the security checkpoints, causing them to miss their flights. I mean, that is just ridiculous. That they have put in 58 new TSA officers by the end of this week, which the end of the week is now, and they say that wait times have been brought down to 15 minutes. So I hope that makes air travel a lot easier for those of you this weekend who are ready for a weekend, right? I'm sure all of you are hard-working people out there and look forward to the Memorial Day weekend so you can get out and blow off some steam, right? Have a good time out there. Enjoy your life. And that's really what my question tonight is all about. And that's not a special line type of question. That's an any line type of question. If this was your last week, if you absolutely knew that was it, this is your last week, what would you do with that week? Think about it. And somebody asked off the air on my Facebook page if that means there's going to be some big asteroid impact to take us all out or something like that, and that's why this is your last week. No, just you individually. It's your last week. Not all of us, just your last week on Earth. What would you do? How would you live it up? How would you make the most of that time? Very curious. As far as the special line, last night we were talking about this issue that has come up with the Obama administration ordering all 50 states to allow schools, school bathrooms, school locker rooms, to allow students to use the bathroom for the gender that they identify with, not the gender that's on their birth certificate. And last night, well, it was pretty late into the evening, right? And I wanted to hear from transgenders themselves. Has anybody asked the transgenders how they feel about this? Well, that's what I want to open the special line for tonight, which is 575-208-7787. There's a transgender individual out there. I'd love to hear your point of view and how you feel about this. Do you feel scapegoated as a group? How do you feel about this issue being brought up? And what have you done as far as your bathroom use, public or otherwise? You know, if you're in school, how do you handle that? Just be curious to know. You don't have to give your name or location. I'm just curious about your thoughts and your opinion on that. So, Donald Trump. All I really have to do is say his name, right? That's all it takes. Anyhow, the debate between Bernie Sanders has gotten the kibosh already. Can you believe it? This is such a letdown. Now, it did seem weird that the Republican nominee would debate the runner-up Democratic nominee. Well, it did seem weird, but weird is the new normal in this presidential race, right? Isn't it? But it would have been so much fun to watch. It would have been so cool to see. But, you know, Trump says, as much as I want to debate Bernie Sanders, and it would be an easy payday, I'll wait to debate the first place finisher in the Democratic Party, probably, and these are his words, not mine, crooked Hillary Clinton or whoever it may be. So he's gonna wait. Gosh, that is such a bummer. I wanted to see that. Really, really did. I mean, that could have given Bernie a lot of momentum. He's got momentum. Wish he had the delegates. But looks like we're not going to see that. And what a disappointment. So, but I'm sure the presidential race between now and November is going to be full of ups and downs. We'll be here to talk about all of them. And so... new technology, right? You know I'm fascinated with new developments in technology. And Evil Keith, he's found a couple of really, really cool ones. So, all you Star Trek fans out there, you know about the Universal Translator, right? Well, this is so cool. There's a new device, the Pilot. It's an earpiece, actually 2 earpieces, worn by 2 different people who speak 2 different languages, who can now communicate. Even though they don't speak each other's languages, they'll be able, with these 2 earpieces, to communicate effortlessly. This is so cool. So it's going to be available to pre-order from $129. Not very much, but I don't think you'll be able to use it for this Memorial Day weekend. It's available to pre-order, I believe, May 25th, and they'll be shipping out in autumn. And it's really pretty cool. This is comes to us from Waverly Labs and says the little wearable earpiece uses translation technology to allow 2 people to speak different languages but still clearly understand each other. I mean, this is just really, really neat. And about time in our world that we see something like this, right? So while the first generation of the Pilot works only when speaking to someone who's wearing the other earpiece, future generations of the Pilot could listen to everything happening nearby so that you won't need a pair of devices. I mean, that's, first of all, if you don't speak the language in a given area, how are you going to get someone who doesn't speak your language to wear the earpiece so that you can communicate? That creates a problem, doesn't it? But in future generations, you could wear a Pilot earpiece that listens to everything going on around you so that you don't need a pair of devices. And it is designed to work offline, so it's not using the data in your phone. And the New York-based company behind the Pilot said both wireless earpieces can be used by one person for listening to music. You can use it just to listen to music too if you want. And the languages that it supports are English, Spanish, French, and Italian. And then additional languages will be available soon after. Languages such as East Asian, Hindi, Semitic, Arabic, Slavic, and African. Although African, that's pretty general. I think there's a lot of different African languages, so they're going to have to get specific. But how cool is that? You know, the language barrier being brought down so we can all communicate. This is just one of the coolest things I've seen in a long, long time. And they do warn that every language has various dialects, and the earpiece is designed to translate common dialects, although thick accents could disrupt this. But if they're going to continue to develop the pilot, I imagine they'd be able to overcome thick accents and overcome different dialects in different languages. Just so cool. So cool. And let's see here. What else is there? I guess there's different versions of it. It's expected to retail, like I said, between $129 and $300. But I imagine, just like anything else, the cost will probably go down as future generations of the pilot are available. So that's pretty cool. Another thing in new technology, how would you like to have batteries that last forever? Batteries that last a lifetime. Well, researchers at the University of California at Irvine said they discovered this on accident. And I could go through this whole article, but it really comes down to this. There are nanowires used in batteries for years and years because the filaments are thousands of times thinner than a human hair. They're highly conductive and have a large surface area for the storage and transfer of electrons. So these nanowires are very, very fragile. And as you cycle a battery, right, using all of its power and then charging it back up again, causes the nanowires to grow brittle. So what they've done is somebody at University of California at Irvine, just messing around, decided to put a particular gel over the nanowires, and that accidental discovery allowed her to figure out that, look, now you can cycle the battery more than 100,000 times. Isn't that cool? We could end up with batteries lasting at least a lifetime in computers, smartphones, you name it, even cars, right? Isn't that about time? So I'm always interested in advances in new technology, and these are just so cool to me. All right, so that was some of the good news. Now to the bad news. And this was particularly scary to me. Well, you know how we've heard for the past few years that we've got antibiotic-resistant bacterias rearing their ugly heads more and more. Well, now the end of the road for antibiotics may be clearly seen at this point. For the first time, researchers have found a person in the United States carrying a bacteria resistant to antibiotics of last resort. Yeah. A 49-year-old Pennsylvania woman was discovered to have a strain of E. coli resistant to the antibiotic colistin, which is a last resort antibiotic in the first place, right? This is what they head to when they don't know what else to use. Now, colistin is the antibiotic of last resort for particularly dangerous types of superbugs, including a family of bacteria known as CRE. Now, this is what health officials call the nightmare bacteria. God, that is just frightening to me. In some instances, these superbugs kill up to 50% of patients who become infected. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has called CRE among the country's most urgent public health threats. Now, it's the first time that colistin-resistant bacteria has been found in the United States, but back in November, public health officials worldwide were alarmed when Chinese and British researchers reported finding the colistin-resistant strain in pigs, raw pork, and in a small number of people in China, also discovered in people in Europe. So the end of the road, rather, isn't that far away for antibiotics. And what are we going to do, right? That's the question. Researchers at the Agriculture Department and the Department of Health and Human Services reported that testing hundreds of livestock and retail meats turned up the same colistin-resistant bacteria in a sample from pig intestine. Yeah. That's appetizing, right? In the United States. Well, the USDA says working to identify the farm that pig came from, but that's unfortunate. I'm really going to second guess now Saturday morning bacon, right? So the woman who was discovered, the 49-year-old woman who was discovered to have this antibiotic-resistant form of E. coli, was treated in an outpatient military facility in Pennsylvania, according to a Defense Department blog post about the findings, and samples were sent to the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center for initial testing. Additional testing was done by special Defense Department systems that track multi-drug resistant organisms. And Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf issued a statement, said that his administration immediately began working with the CDC and the Defense Department to coordinate an appropriate and collaborative response, although I don't know what they're going to be able to do about this. He says they're taking the emergence of this resistance gene very seriously, and saying authorities will take all necessary actions to prevent it from becoming a widespread problem with potentially serious consequences. Yes, I would say so. It's going to have potentially serious consequences for all of us. All of us. Now, colistin is widely used in Chinese livestock, and this is probably what led the bacteria to evolve and gain a resistance to the drug. Now, the gene probably leaped from livestock to human microbes through food. And now what are we going to do? Lance Price pretty much summed it up, director of the Antibiotic Resistance Action Center. He said, "It's hard to imagine worse for public health in the United States. We may be soon facing a world where CRE infections are untreatable." Untreatable. The word I hoped to never hear. Now, scientists did, back in November, try their best to ring alarm bells about this gene. But we didn't pay attention to it. Now we find this gene has made its way into pigs and people in the U.S. So if we were waiting for the cliff's edge as far as antibiotics to appear, for us to get near the cliff's edge, well, here it is. Here it is. The abyss now lies before us when it comes to using antibiotics again. Now, scientists and public health officials long warned that if resistant bacteria continued to spread, treatment options could become seriously limited. Routine operations could become deadly. Minor infections could become life-threatening crises. And pneumonia could be more and more difficult to treat. I mean, so what do? Look to old-fashioned remedies? I'm not quite sure. So here's just a little background of how this happens. So the bacteria rely on a shortcut. They get infected with something called a plasmid, a small, tiny piece of DNA carrying a gene for antibiotic resistance. This makes resistant genes more dangerous because the plasmids make copies of themselves and transfer the genes they carry to other bugs within the same family, as well as jump to other families of bacteria, which can then catch the resistance without having to develop it through evolution. And the colistin-resistant E. coli found in that 49-year-old Pennsylvania woman has this type of resistance gene. And public officials say that they've been expecting this to turn up in the United States. Well, now it's here. Again, I ask you, if this was your last week on Earth, if you knew that the next 7 days were the only 7 days that you had, what would you do with that time? I have thought about this a little bit myself, and I would probably dig up every single phone number for every single person that I know, call them, tell them that I love them, and then probably go do all those dangerous things that I've always been afraid to do, like skydiving, maybe go buy a dream car, find a nice deserted road in the desert and drive up to 190 miles an hour, or who knows what. I'd have to make a list. Really. 7 days is a long time when you think about it. There's plenty to do in that amount of time. So what would you do, though? It's not about me. I want to hear from all of you and what you would do. Of course, anything you want to talk about is welcome on the program tonight. Doesn't have to be in response to my question, but there's a lot of topics going on in the news right now. This transgender bathroom issue that the Obama administration is pretty much forcing all schools in all 50 states to obey or get their federal funding pulled. And Texas says, hey, keep it then. Keep your federal funding. We're not going to obey. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the presidential race? It's getting to be about the most unique presidential race I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. And I often wonder what a Hillary Clinton America will look like, what a Donald Trump America will look like, or even what a Bernie Sanders America would look like, even though he's going to go all the way to the convention, even though he's really trailing behind in the delegates. He's still fighting. So you got to hand it to him for that, right? You got to hand it to Bernie for never giving up the fight. I admire that in a person. But I do imagine what the next few months hold as far as the presidential race goes, and what America would look like under any three of these candidates. And who are we going to end up with? Who do you want to vote for? And what would you do? What would you do with a universal translator like that? I would carry that around with me all the time. That would be so cool. Then there would not be this language barrier that we have had for so long, right? So much to talk about tonight. Endless things to talk about tonight. I'm still thinking about having batteries that last forever and ever and ever. God, how cool would that be? And in every single device that you own all around your house, never having to worry about replacing another battery in your lifetime. Gosh, I mean, it's such a simple thing, but makes such a big difference, right? How much resources would that save? All right. Friday night, unscreened open lines on Midnight in the Desert. We'll start taking your calls when we come back from this break, all right? I'm Heather Wade. All right, so the night has barely started and I'm already in trouble. Thank you, Zach in Ontario, who sent me this wormhole message. He says, Heather, I need to correct you. It's not transgenders. It's the transgender community. So instead of saying, I would like transgenders to call in, you should say, I would like anybody who identifies as transgender to call in. All right, so I'm glad now that I have that right. I would like anybody who identifies as transgender to call in on my special line. That is 1-575-208-7787. And I meant no offense. I just didn't know the proper way to address that. Because, look, I haven't talked about this very much. But I don't mean any offense. I just want to hear from you. Has anybody asked the transgender community how you feel about this? Do you feel singled out? How do you feel about the Obama administration and their mandate to all schools in all 50 states And how do you feel about North Carolina and the way this was brought up in the first place? I want to hear from those who identify as transgender, and I will say it correctly from now until the end of time. Thank you, Zach. So let's head on to the phones right now, not waste another moment of our precious time. On line 2, you're on the air.
Hello.
Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, I got two things I'd like to say. The signal that I said I took out, that was the subliminals that was running the planet.
It was a subliminal signal for what now?
For that planet's control over us.
Oh, and did you manage to send the subliminal signal correctly so that that planet cannot control us?
No, I took their power away to be able to do that anymore.
So they can't. They cannot control us. Is this like mind control?
Yeah. Oh, it's subliminals. Mm-hmm. It's in everything, you know.
Mm-hmm. So they will no longer be able to use these signals to control us in any way, thanks to you.
They can't do no harm to nobody.
Well, you've done us a great service, sir.
And the second thing is my encounter with the Ark of the Covenant.
You've seen the Ark of the Covenant?
No, but I felt its effects. You felt its effects.
How did this happen?
Okay. I was working on a naval base in Bay Area, and I was driving on with my buddy, and he looked at this. I had this funny feeling. I looked at this storage area, and I go, something tells me the Ark of the Covenant's in there. And my friend says that if he wouldn't have said nothing, I wouldn't have either. But that's what I feel too. So one day I got up and I grabbed a dosimeter and stuck it in my pocket, and I went to work. Mm-hmm. I was working by a draw dock, and the day before it was empty. But when I got there was a nuclear experimental barge, and I was in the grounds. I'm a plumber. And I was about 6 inches just above the road, and I had a feeling. I looked up and I seen a particle come out of the side of the barge that was burning the atmosphere as it went along. And I go, what the? I didn't know what that was. Mm-hmm. And what I forgot to say before this happened. A friend of mine came by, the only person I saw the whole day, except for a couple others. And he said, "Hey, Russell, what you doing?" I go, "What?" And he noticed my dosimeter. He said, "Give it to me." I go, "Oh, I lost my dosimeter." So he set it to 0, and he went on his way. A few minutes after that happened, what I just told you. And then I was looking down, and I go, uh-oh, and I looked up, and a particle hit me in the head and went through my head, and my spirit brought it back into my body, into my mind. And I go, this can't be good. And I felt something buzzing on my shirt. I thought it was a horsefly, because I've had those happen before. But pretty soon the ambulance goes over to the barge, goes in, comes out, and this guy's on the stretcher, and he is verbalating so much that I could see an inch between him and the stretcher. And I go, that ain't good. So he takes off, and my friend came back, and he goes, I told him the story, and he goes, "Let me see your dosimeter." And I'm going, oh, I forgot about that. And so I hand it to him, and he looks at it, and he goes, whoa. And he's looking at both sides, and he goes, I don't see a needle. Can I take this? So they had it for 2 months, brought it back, and they worked on it 24/7 for those 2 months. And what they came up with, the needle had to disintegrate.
It had disintegrated?
Inside the dosimeter. I still got the dosimeter.
That, you always have interesting, weird things to tell us, Russell, and I always appreciate your call. I'm not quite sure what to make of what I just heard. Let's go over to the first-time caller line, and you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, Heather. My name is Jay, and I would like to remain anonymous as to my location.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, I was a registered nurse for about 20 years until infirmity pushed me out of the game. Also was a emergency medical technician before that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not surprised at all to hear about this new drug-resistant antibiotic that may be the end of the line.
So when they say that health officials have been expecting this resistant bacteria to turn up in the United States, that's right?
Well, that I don't know. I don't know the specifics, but let me tell you, I can tell you this. Every child that has a scratchy throat, every child that has a low-grade fever, every child that coughs once in a while or has viral symptoms like, not on the level with the flu, but the same types of symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
Every parent is there crying, I want an antibiotic. I want an antibiotic. The doctor will try to explain to them as the diagnostician. I will tell these parents as the intermediary a lot of times between doctors and patients that they're not showing symptoms of a bacterial infection. And I won't go into all the differences, but there are specific differences.
Mm-hmm. So you avoid over-prescribing antibiotics to help prevent this very thing from happening.
Correct. And these parents, they don't want to hear it.
Well, there must be other remedies to be used instead of antibiotics, or aren't there?
Oh, there are. It's called rest and drinking lots of fluids and taking Tylenol when you have a headache, or not taking any pain relievers whatsoever or fever reducers until the fever gets up to 102, which is in the literature is technically considered a low-grade fever. You have people out there who come in with their kid who has a 99 fever and they think the end of the world is nigh.
Well, speaking of the end of the world, as a medical professional, what are we facing when it comes to this antibiotic resistant E. coli now showing itself in the United States?
Well, I don't want to say the end is near, but there's still something tugging at me that's saying this is bad, this is not good. And I think it's only a matter of time, unless, of course, we're lucky and researchers do find, more in different kinds of antibiotics. We're in trouble.
I agree, and I appreciate the call very, very much. First-time caller there had to weigh in on that. And listen to the man. If he says, and he's a medical professional, that we are in trouble, I'm going to take strong note of that. And, a lot of people I know, every time I turn around, another person I know is getting sick. And I just really hope that everybody I know that has gotten sick can get better, but I always worry, about myself. Am I going to be next? And if so, what do I do? And I have avoided taking antibiotics, but look, this is about all of us, right? It's about all of us. And will our culture be able to maintain if we have this kind of antibiotic-resistant bacteria now spreading through food, not just spreading in the United States, but all over the world? All over the world. It's terrifying. We've been hearing about the possibility of this for a long, long time, and now it's here. So, again, I ask you, what would you do with your last week on Earth? What would you do? Would you do dangerous things? Would you spend all your money? Would you get out your credit card, max it out to the limit? What would you do? I still think I would be spending the first 2 days just calling people I know to tell them that I love them. And then it would be all about, well, hate to say it, but breaking the rules to have the best time I could possibly have. You know, one of the things I think I would like to do, and I saw this in a commercial years and years ago, would be to take some portable power, go out to the Grand Canyon, take a Marshall half stack and a 57 Les Paul, and just play my heart out, right? Wouldn't that be cool? Just play until my fingers couldn't take it anymore. Things like that. But I've always wanted to go skydiving, jump out of a plane. And I think that would be one of the things that I would do. But there's so many you could do in 1 week if it was your last. And I want to hear more from you. I know a lot of people started to answer on my Facebook page, and I want you to call in and tell me those answers because, look, we never know. Antibiotic resistant bacteria or not, Zika virus or not, presidential race or not, we don't know how much time we have on this earth, right? There are no guarantees. We don't know what we've got. So what would you do? I really want to know. All right, over on line 4, you're on the air.
Good evening, Heather. Thanks for being such a wonderful moderator. And I have an interesting suggestion for a guest. If you can get some of the flat earth people on there, that would really be a hoot.
Oh? All right, I can take that into consideration. You really want to hear from those who believe we have a flat earth. What do you believe?
Well, I've got one question. If we do, how do you account for the space pictures and sunrise and sunsets?
Well, I would have similar questions. I would have much similar questions, especially when you travel around the Earth and then you look up at the sky, the stars. You know, if you travel from one end of the Earth to the other side and the stars look different, how do you explain that? And all the other planets in the solar system are round, so why would the Earth be flat and the rest of them be round?
Good question. I'd like to, they've got some interesting theories on those, and this would really be a funny program if one of them were on.
Well, I don't think they think it's very funny. I think they think that the Earth is flat.
I do too.
All right, is that all you got for tonight?
And when you talk to Art, wish him our best. Wish him, Godspeed and God's health. And I hope everything is going well for the gentleman.
All right, I will. And thank you very much for the call. I do happen to know some who believe that the Earth is flat, and they're very staunch on that. They believe absolutely that it is, and that there is a conspiracy to keep us thinking that the Earth is round. I don't know. If you want to hear a show on any given topic from any particular guest, you're welcome to email me, heather@midnightinthedesert.com. All suggestions like that are taken into consideration. And let's see who is on North American Skype. You're on the air.
God, do I miss you? We don't get you in Las Vegas anymore.
Oh, well, it shouldn't be long. It shouldn't be long. That's all I can say. I've said too much.
When will you be back?
We're working on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you're safe and sound and Art's okay. Everything's good?
Yeah, everything is good, and it's a fine night for open lines. What is on your mind?
Well, I've been watching Newsmax about the Islamo-fascist movement from Iran and all around the world. We've got 30 training camps the FBI knows about right here in America. Mm-hmm. And atrocities have been done right here in our country. It's a serious situation. Our military was aware of this decades ago, and I believe MacArthur had the right idea. We should have nuked Mao Zedong, and we should have stood behind Chiang Kai-shek instead of marching around all over Southeast Asia dealing drugs.
Well, listen, the answer to terrorism is going to take some tough decisions. And I don't know that the American people are ready for those tough decisions and the tough calls that need to be made in order to deal with this problem. It's a very serious problem. And you know what? The Islamic extremists, they're not thinking about their feelings or our feelings or how people feel about what they do. They're just determined to do what they want and further their own agenda because that's what's important to them. And that is what makes sense to them. And we've got to realize that.
Well, unfortunately, our Christian nation have done monstrous things. I mean, we've caused a lot of wars, and our CIA's been causing trouble all over the place. And they speak against imperialism, the Muslim fascists. So Hitler was using them to kill the Jews to keep them out of Palestine. This is like a Nazi movement. They're all over South America, too, down in Argentina.
Wait,
and,
so ISIS, are you talking about ISIS?
There's some sort of there's some sort of a connection between the Nazis, the CIA, and ISIS, and all of these things, because George Bush helped get Reagan elected by working out a deal with Iran to get those hostages out.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some kind of an inside thing going on here. I wish we could find the enemy within and deal with it, start right from within.
Well, if there is an enemy from within, we should. And, you know, people say that I'm misspeaking there. Donald Trump has said that we make our tactics known, and we shouldn't do that. I think there are things that our American military defense system are working on that we probably never find out about. And, you know, if there is an enemy within our country, within the ranks, I'm sure they will be found out and dealt with, and we will probably never hear about it. Over on North American Skype again, you're on the air. Hello?
Is that me?
That's you. Hi.
Wow, I didn't think I called on Skype.
Well, you did.
I called on my cell phone number.
What number did you call?
Oh, does it really matter? Okay. What my topic is for tonight? It's Wolfman. Yeah, I got a topic for you, Heather.
What's that?
It's great. You know how cities are a death trap. When we run out of water and hydro and food and heat or cooling, we're all packed together like a can of sardines. And it's very convenient for them to wipe us out.
Well, some people say that, sure.
I had a dream.
And? What was your dream?
It was telling me, I think it was the angel Michael telling me to tell everyone that message. Be careful in the cities.
Well, that's what a lot of people say. You know, a lot of people say that a big city is the most dangerous place to be if it were to hit the fan, right? I don't know. Maybe that's why I prefer the country or smaller towns. But, you know, I already have a topic for tonight. And that is, if you knew that this was your last week, if you knew that you only had 7 days left, what would you do with those 7 days? I'm sure there are answers out there. I'm waiting to hear what those answers are. I'm still thinking about what I would do. And I'm pretty sure that involves a lot of dangerous things that I wouldn't otherwise do. All right, on line 2, you're on the air. Hello?
Is that me?
That's you. Hi.
Oh, hi, Heather. I just tuned in when on the internet when the registered nurse called in, and there is a lot of they've discovered that alligators have a natural antibiotic in their blood, which is totally different than the ones that are extant that we use now.
Right.
And from what I understand, they are now trying to figure out a way to make that applicable to humans.
Well, that would be a really good idea. You know, I've known about that for quite a while now, and this is how alligators can get wounded and then swim in the dirty water and be in the dirt and all their, you know, dirty environment, and they heal up just fine.
That's exactly right. A suggestion for a guest, if you're at all interested, is Lori Toy from IamAmerica.com. Very interesting person. And one of my friends that I flew with when I was in the Air Force stayed in government service. And from time to time, he would call me up and say, well, I've got good news and bad news. What do you want first? And, of course, I always wanted the good news first. And he said, well, the good news is we broke up an attempt on the man. And I said, what man? I haven't heard of any attempts on anybody.
Yeah, what does that mean?
He said, don't give me any crap. I said, it could be anybody, Tom. And he said, well, yeah, that's true. So he said, the one from Washington, D.C.
Oh, that man.
Said, when did that happen? And he said, it happened the first time he went to Wall Street. And he said, we got all the guys and all the guns. And at that point in his life, he was an assistant director of the CIA. He had stayed in. And he said they got all the guys and all the guns. So I started doing some research to try to figure out how they could do that. And it turns out that we have 1,100 Secret Service agents stationed in New York City to protect the United Nations diplomats. And that plus all the people that he brought with him, et cetera, is how they caught the guys. And I said, well, you know, how are you doing, Tom? He said, well, you tell me. Have you heard of any terror attacks within the United States? And I said, well, not since 9/11, of course. And he said, then I'm doing my job fine, and et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I just thought I'd make sure that everybody knew about the alligators and suggest Lori. And there have been 200 and some attacks on the guy that he was talking about that have not been disclosed because they're trying to keep the copycats from getting him.
Right, and that's what I figured, and I was right. There have been several attacks that we don't hear about, and that makes sense to me that we wouldn't hear about all of them. All right, it's already time for another break, so we'll take this. Everybody buckle in, get your favorite beverage, and think about what you would do with your last week, and then I want to hear about it. Unscreened open lines all night long on Midnight in the Desert. I'm Heather Wade. Oh, I love Friday nights, and I love open lines. It is always a great time, right? So I have some responses here in the wormhole. I have one good, interesting response to my question tonight. Robin says, I'd like to meet you face to face and go on a race on a deserted highway. Sounds good to me. Wisteria Whisper says, are you a vegetarian? No, I'm not. So that's the answer to that question. Brian says, in regards to batteries that will last us a lifetime, Tesla Auto would be ecstatic about those batteries. However, I don't think the oil companies would let it happen. Well, then the fight is on, Brian, because those batteries are happening. And I guess the oil companies are just going to have to get mad about it. All right. So, and then Kamantosh says, haha, Donald Trump is scared of Bernie. Maybe if we taunt him, we can get a debate. Oh, my gosh. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of good debates coming up. I would just as much like to see a debate between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. I don't know. I think that would almost be more fireworks than a debate between Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders. Either way, I want to see it. All right. And then Noel in Pennsylvania says, please stop apologizing for not being PC. You're not a journalist reporting the news. We want to hear your opinion. All right. Well, listen, I'm not PC, but I do want to address people in a proper way. All right. I might occasionally misspeak, but no, I'm not PC. So there's the warning. And over on line 3, you're on the air.
Well, hello, Heather. How are you?
Well, it's a fine evening for open lines.
Well, this is Randy from Crawfordsville. I have a comment about transgendered. I'm actually
Yes?
I'm actually, or rather, let live and let live.
Mm-hmm.
But I think our federal government was not endeared by our founding fathers to issue bathroom rules. And for example, I have a pretty long beard, like a Hasidic Jew, for example, a long beard, and I'm relishing the day to walk into a Target in overalls, my long beard, and a baseball cap, and saying, I'm feeling my feminine side today. Where's the ladies' restroom?
Right. You identify as female today.
Well, I identify as female today. I'm feeling my effeminate side. So I think this is just, and Target, I guess in my opinion now, would have no other choice than to usher me to the ladies' restroom.
Right. Well, for those who don't know, Target has Target stores across the country, right, have allowed agreed to allow those who those to use the restroom with the gender they identify with, and Walmart has refused to even address the issue.
Well, and Heather, this leads me to my next point. Let live and let live.
I agree.
Would not care if a transgender, male or female, were to use the restroom. But I feel like my federal government issuing these bathroom rules is a bit over the top of what our founding fathers had envisioned.
Well, it's one thing for adults. It's quite another for children in our schools. I mean, how do you feel about a boy who decides to identify as female one day using the girls' locker room, showers, and bathrooms in a school?
Well, Heather, you open up a can of worms there. By issuing such a statement. Where is that going to leave our schools? Now, I've not been in high school since the early 70s, but I could see a time in the early 70s if this were a big deal. I would tell my principal, I'm feeling a little girlish today. I want to go to the girls' locker room. Now, where is that going to lead?
Exactly. This is exactly why I bring it up, because I can see this leading to havoc.
Oh, absolute. And courtesy of who? Our federal government. They need to keep their nose out of things like this, and somebody needs to get a baseball bat and beat them back into the corner to where they should be, and our founding fathers envisioned them to be, and get them out of all this. I mean, this is the latest in the federal government trying to bully states, bully local government, bully local schools, sheriffs, etc., into doing what they deem is the correct thing to do.
Well, you said I opened up a can of worms. Well, let me add to that. Okay, so how about this? We're talking about those who identify as transgender, right? So what about, you've already got girls in the girls' locker room, showers, and bathrooms. Well, you know what? Here's something nobody has thought of. There are going to be girls who are attracted to girls that are already in those locker rooms. There's going to be boys attracted to boys who are already using the boys' locker room. So then how do you deal with that? You can't. This is... There's no problem here. It's just an aimless solution. And I might add that there have been transgender individuals throughout the country and throughout the world for decades, and this has never been a problem. I think I said last night that I've probably used the bathroom with a transgender person and never knew about it, and it was never a problem. But where the problem comes is where the government wants to force this on our schools or pull their funding.
Absolutely. And you issued a very good statement there, Heather. The federal government in the past, by not having actually legal authorization to enforce their will upon the states, have used the premise of, well, we can't really make you do it, but you know what? If you don't do it, we're going to pull federal funding.
Blackmail.
For highways, for schools, whatever.
It's blackmail.
The federal government would never say that, but you and I would.
Well, that's what it is. You got to call it like you see it, and that's blackmail. And I very much appreciate the call. Did you have anything else?
No, I did not.
All right. Well, I appreciate hearing everybody's opinions on that issue, and I'm sure everybody does have an opinion on the issue. That's exactly what talk shows are for, is to open up a can of worms, right? And hear everybody's opinion on it. And like I said, I'm not a politically correct individual. So it's going to come up time and again where I'm going to probably say something that's not exactly, the right thing to say. And I think as far as schools go, public adult bathrooms, that's a different issue. As far as schools, the gender that's on your birth certificate is the gender of the bathroom that you should be using, because, look, children are in their impressionable years at that time as they're growing up, and they don't need one more thing like this to contend with. And yes, I think the government needs to get out of our bathrooms. What are they doing in there anyway? There's much bigger problems. We've got terrorism. We've got the economy. We've got environmental issues to deal with. We've got energy issues to deal with. What about handling our crumbling nuclear waste storage infrastructure? How about that? How about dealing with the potholes on our roads? I mean, this is road trip weekend coming up right now, right? And you're going to find, as you're out there driving on America's roads, that they're not in very good shape. And that could be dealt with. There's a lot more important things we could be dealing with than who should use the right bathroom. But when it comes to pulling the funding of our schools across this country, unless you follow a government mandate, what is this, a dictatorship? Over on line 2, you're on the air.
I guess that's me, and I completely agree with the last gentleman. Get this government out of here. My problem here, Heather, is from the Kingdom of Nye, and last night you had a very good interview. Your radio, or my radio, cut out at 9:49 for 1 minute, but last night, for 15 minutes, it cut out on Steve. And I don't know whether it's K9 and Dead Air Jackson after she took over the station from Mark, but...
No, that would not have been KNYE's fault there. That was on our end, technical difficulty on our end that got quickly resolved. Yeah.
Now, can my little radio, which I could switch it. I know that it's picking up the other stations. It also picks up shortwave. Do you have the numbers for your shortwave?
Yes, it's 5085.
5085.
WTWW. We transmit worldwide.
Well, okay, but when it's getting warm, and I'll be outside because my trailer gets too hot. So I'll get 5085.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great way to pick up the show if you're outside or if you're in an area with no internet access.
Well, the antenna picks up. I'm not, it's minimal. And one other minor thing. Your cat has elliptical pupils. I really get irritated when people say reptilian eyes. Most reptiles, crocodilians have elliptical pupils. Your vipers and pit vipers have elliptical pupils. Some geckos do, but most do not have elliptical pupils. So when people like Linda Howe, say reptilian eyes, that's kind of prejudice.
All right. Well, I guess it depends on the reptile that you're talking about, but it's often...
It depends on your point of view, and I'm from the downtrodden.
Well, it's often said that reptilian extraterrestrials have much different eyes than the rest of us. I appreciate the call very, very much. Listening on KNYE out of where? Pahrump, Nevada. Pretty cool. But I've heard it often said that reptilian extraterrestrials have the vertical slit in their eye. Well, I won't know for sure until I see it myself, right? For now, I'm just going to have to take the word of those who do that kind of research, like Linda Howe and others who do that kind of research. I have to take their word for it until I meet a reptilian myself. Reverend Michael Carter also said that the reptilian eyes have the vertical slit in them. I don't know if anybody out there's seen a reptilian with your own eyes and can tell us the real story. I'd love to hear that too. Over on line 4, you're on the air.
Good evening, Heather.
Well, good evening. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I wanted to talk for a second about that super virus, whatever it's going to be.
Mm-hmm. Antibiotic-resistant E. coli.
Yeah, I heard that thing could mutate. And I actually know somebody that worked at Walter Reed. And so last night when I was listening to the show, somebody sent me an email that said level 3. And I thought, no, there's no way. So I texted back, and sure enough, it was this fellow from Walter Reed. And what he's telling me is quarantine ourselves from everyone.
Well, how can we possibly do that? We have to go out in public for shopping, to run errands. I mean, how are you going to get anything done?
I'm thinking, with, holding up in the bunker and, with my supplies, I don't think I'll be out for a few years, but by then it could be pretty disastrous. And I think I'm going to start checking my supplies, make sure everything's up to date, because I kind of get the feeling that it could get rough real soon.
Oh, you think this is going to kick prepping up off the charts?
Well, I think if you're not at least halfway ready, like if you don't have somewhere to stay, you're pretty messed up already. If you get sick, I don't think you have much of a chance, because if you get, say, a scratch and a week goes by and it starts getting worse, what are they going to do for you? Nothing. So what are they going to do? They're going to tell you to go home, a week or two, you'll be gone.
Well, then, that gets right back to my question. That gets right back to my earlier question. If you did know that this was your last week, then what would you do with it? Would you spend all that time preparing, or would you use those supplies you've so carefully gathered?
No, I would actually go down my checklist for my bunker to make sure I had the water, the food up to date. I had enzymes for my sewer. Everything was ready. I had plenty of supplies. My power sources would be usable for at least a year or two, and any backups I needed, batteries, I would go collect as many as I could.
For this question, you don't have a year or two. All you have is a week.
Oh, well, in that case...
what are you going to do with that week?
Well, geez, I don't know. I mean,
well, listen, you can think about it. You can think about it, and then you can call me in the last hour of the program and let me know. All right?
All right, I'll do that.
All right, cool, good deal. I hope to hear back from you. It is a question that you have to think about, right? You do kind of have to think about that. Even when I posed the question and I thought, okay, what would I do with my very last week? Well, the only thing I could come up with is telling everyone I know, everyone I've ever talked to, that I love them, and dangerous things. I would make a list of very dangerous things to go out and do, right? Like I'd go buy the muscle car of my dreams and go out and drive it as fast as I could get that thing to go somewhere, away from people, maybe go out to the salt flats or something, so I won't crash into anybody. Love to go skydiving, jump out of a plane. That would be great. Lots of things kind of like that, just to live dangerously since it's your last week, and who cares, right? Right. Well, it brings another question to mind, and that is, if it isn't going to be the Zika virus or antibiotic resistant bacteria, what is it going to be that takes out the world? This is something that crosses my mind occasionally. I've never asked it on the air. What will it be that ends this world? Will it be our nuclear waste storage getting out of control and leaking and poisoning everything with radiation? Will that be it? Will it be what Randall Carlson talks about and an asteroid impact that we're way overdue for? Will it be natural disasters that will take us out? There's so many. Will it be artificial intelligence that will finally get smart and realize we don't need these pesky humans anymore and take us out? There's so many things. Would it be thermonuclear war taking us out? If and when that breaks out, there are so many possibilities, which always leads me back to the thought that time is our most precious resource, and let's make the most of it, and let's really use it wisely. All right? Just some thoughts for you. All right, on line 2, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, wow, I got on quick.
You did?
Oh, I'm not going to ask you how you're doing because you don't know yet, and neither do I.
All right, good deal. That's a deal.
All right, here we go. Since there's such a variety online tonight and on the air, have you ever, Heather, heard of the Hicks Road in San Jose, California, the albinos? Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Well, it's a little bit more than an urban legend.
All right. I love urban legends.
It's been going on for more than it's been going on for longer than the Black-Eyed Children.
All right.
Hence previous calls I've done about that in the past. Anyways, I was recently reading something from Paranormal California on Hicks Road, and that's where I'm from. I live in New England now. But I'm from Northern California, and this is something that I grew up with, and it's an area. It's not a road that I frequented. It's an area. It's kind of a rural area. There's lakes and stuff like that up there. There was always this urban legend of blood albinos on Hicks Road. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, legend has it is that these people live very secludedly and they can't come out in the sunlight because of the albino thing and whatnot. Anyways, I was reading a couple comments here, which I've been given permission to quote, and these are from natives of San Jose, and they talk about these people. What they live in a colony, a very large colony on Hicks Road in San Jose, California. But they only come out at night. Now, legend has it, if your car breaks down when you're on that road at night, teenagers go out there at night to do it. They still do it to this day, just to do it.
Just to tempt fate and see what will happen?
It's like playing Bloody Mary in the mirror. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And if you go out there at night and park your car, or if your car breaks down, what is likely to happen?
What's likely to happen is they're not gonna come outside of their gate. They're gonna run to the gate of the property. Okay, and but there's like several similar stories. I mean, I could read a couple quotes to you if you like, and to the listening audience, and then leave it for people to maybe do their own internet research and give further calls. But it's just spreading the word that this stuff really exists. These things are not things. I'm not calling albino things. I'm saying these things like the urban legends. I mean, they're so fun and fascinating to talk about. And, it goes with the who knows things, but I'd like to say, can I read something?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So my friend Michelle H., she lives in San Jose, California, and she says, people try and say they don't live there, but they do. I've seen them come out on a little golf cart and open the lock gate at the end of the road. Even seen what appeared to be gremlins with little brown jackets. Weirdest bleep ever. And then somebody else quoted, they're real, I saw them. I didn't believe it either until someone took me there. We parked outside the gate around midnight, and they all, quote, or comma, at least 10 of them came running up and grabbed the gate, shaking it, clamoring to get out. It was freaky, and we drove off very fast.
So that's all they do. They come up to the gate, and they want to get out.
But they try. And then somebody else...
so they don't attack anyone, I don't imagine.
No one. I don't think anybody's been killed yet.
Okay, well, that's reassuring, at least. Pretty weird. I knew and was friends with an albino guy in high school. And he could go out in the daytime, no problem. And he was a pretty nice guy, although he didn't have pink eyes. He had very, very pale blue eyes and the whitest hair you've ever seen, but a great guy. Anyhow, it is open lines all night long. Anything you want to talk about, although I have laid out a lot of things that you could respond to, including what would you do? How would you use the last week if you knew it was your last one? All right, we'll be back after this. I'm Heather Wade. All right, so here we are in the middle of a fine evening of open lines on Midnight in the Desert tonight, and here's a interesting message from Jim in San Francisco. Says, well, you seem to buy into all the lies that it's the feds bullying the schools when it's the government's job to protect citizens from bigots. I'm canceling my subscription. You've outed yourself as just another right-winger. Well, Jim in San Francisco, I am not a right-winger. I'm not a left-winger. I'm not even a fan of Winger the band, actually. No, I'm just an American. I'm not a conservative, not a liberal, I don't know enough to even know if I fall into any of those boxes. I'm just an American looking at the state of my country right now, along with all of you. I do like to say I'm just a regular person looking at all of this happen, looking at all of this unfold, and I'm going to examine the issue along with all of you. But hey, if you want to cancel, that's your choice. Over on line 3, you're on the air.
Hi, Heather. This is Danny.
Well, hi, Danny.
How are you?
It's a fine night. Having a great time.
Cool. Me too. I'm calling because I think that it's totally appropriate for the federal government to protect children from bullying in high school, and that if a transgender girl has gone through all the protocols to be identified medically as a transgendered girl, then they ought to be able to use the girls' bathroom and the girls' locker room just like any other girl in order to protect them. The transgender people have overall, and especially with children, they have the highest suicide rate in the nation. Like 45% of transgendered people die from homicide or from suicide.
You know, I have a wormhole message here right along those lines from Eric, and he says a middle school kid who was born male, who identifies as female, acts and projects female, will not be safe in a teenage boy's locker room. Safety first and deal with the other issues as they come up. So that's a very good point. You know, when I had just gotten out of high school and moved to my first place on my own, and the first friend I made in the new town I went to go live in was a gay boy, actually, who was in high school, and he got beat up all the time. And he asked me one day quite sheepishly, he said, "Would you do me a favor and pretend to be my girlfriend and take me to school in the morning and would you hold my hand and walk with me like we're boyfriend and girlfriend so I won't get beat up today?" I said, "Of course I will," because I couldn't believe that the poor guy had to deal with that. So that's also another side of the problem.
Well, it certainly is a side of the problem, especially when we have men with beards that wear coveralls that threaten to take the baseball bats to the federal government, decide that they're going to, for some reason, go into women's bathrooms in Target to make some point.
Well, that's the other side of this, is the law being taken advantage of.
Well, sure, and that's a person that's going into a bathroom to make some kind of point. They're not going in there to use the bathroom. They're going in there to bully women, or if that isn't their intent. It's certainly the effect when a man in coveralls and a beard comes in there with the attitude of a man swaggering into a woman's bathroom. He's being a bully to the women in the bathroom, transgendered or transgendered or any other woman is being bullied by someone like that. And government has a duty to protect minorities and people that are, particularly vulnerable from bullying, whether it's from high school boys in the boys' room or men that are going into Target. Or
Do you have children?
I do. I have 2 adult sons, yes.
Well, if you had young girls in school, say in middle school or just entering high school, how would you feel about a boy identifying as female that day sharing the locker room or the bathrooms with them?
Well, if the boy had gone through all of the terrible part of going through the medical procedures, the diagnosis, all of the internal turmoil and stuff that the transgender kids suffer from, and been gone through those medical protocols to use the women's restroom, I would have no problem with that.
All right, but that's not what the law states. The law states the mandate states anybody who identifies. So it's the gender that you identify with. So I don't think they have to go through all those protocols to use the bathroom that they of the gender that they identify with.
But seriously, though, the people or the girls that are going to use the girls' bathroom have gone through those protocols. It's not something that they would undertake lightly, or that anyone in their right mind would take advantage of.
Well, that's the question. Is everybody in the country in their right mind? Are we? I can see. Thank you very much for the call and all the calls so far tonight. I can see this working out for a segment of the population. I could also see another segment of the population taking advantage of it, and that's why this bears talking about, right? That's why it certainly bears talking about. And on line 2, you're on the air.
Hello, Heather.
Good evening.
This is Felipe calling from El Paso.
Hi, Felipe.
You had asked what we would do if it was if we knew we had 1 week left on Earth.
Yes, what would you do?
What I would do is I would listen to as much Nirvana as possible.
as much nirvana as possible. Anything else?
Maybe just try to get a couple of good meals before my time was up.
Anything else?
No, I think that would be it. I think I'll be happy just doing that.
All right. Are you on speakerphone?
No.
No, you're not? Okay. Kind of sounds like speakerphone. Well, all right. But really, that's what you would do with your last week. It's your last week.
I think I'll be happy doing that.
All right. Well, everybody's different. And we'll take it. We'll take it. Some good meals and lots of nirvana. Well, I think a lot of us would. Thank you very much for the call. Listen to our favorite music, eat our favorite foods. All right, there is that. But what else? There's got to be this thing that you've always wanted to do that having just 7 days left might push you to do, right? That's what I want to hear about. And I do still would like to hear and you know what, you go ahead and give me a hard time for saying it this way, but I do want to hear from those who identify as transgender to call my special line. I want to hear from you. That's 1-575-208-7787. And I'll remind everyone you can call the show on Skype, which is a free download and a free call. And if you're using a headset with a microphone, you will sound so good. And if you're in North America, just when you're looking at Skype on your device, there's a search box up there. Just type in MITD 11, stands for Midnight in the Desert, with the number 11. And if you're in any other corner of the globe, I love hearing from our international callers. You can type in MITD 21 and you can get in that way. And over on line 3, you're on the air.
Hello.
Good evening.
It's your black-eyed child friend again.
Yes, it is. And what's going on?
Well, I'm not calling in to talk about black-eyed children tonight, actually.
All right.
I have 2 things I want to say. First off, I have a response to your what would you do if you have 7 days left? And second off, which I'll start with first, they've had in the news, it was a couple weeks back, that I saw about possible people that were time traveling and caught on film.
Oh?
They actually have a video or a clip from 1938 of an actual woman that looked like she was using a flip phone.
Mm-hmm. You know, that seems to be what's coming up more and more and more all the time. If people think they have found time travelers in the past, they always seem to be holding what looks like a cell phone or a smartphone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think? Is this accurate? Do you think you've found an actual time traveler?
I think we may have found some actual time travelers.
I would hope that time travelers would have more advanced technology than smartphones.
Yes, because they did show one from 1996. Somebody was at a boxing match, and they had what looked like a smartphone from today. They said it looked like an S6 or whatever the new one is today, and they said it was some sort of camera from back then.
Right. They did have a digital camera that looks like what the person is holding, and that's at a Mike Tyson fight.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's been going around, for quite a while now on the internet. I'd sure like to find some better evidence for time travel than just a photo from somebody in the past holding up a smartphone.
Yes, well, the one I saw was like a video clip from something in 1938, and there was an actual woman. You could see her talking, and then all of a sudden she flipped down what she was talking on. Mm-hmm. You couldn't hear what she was saying, but she flipped down what she was talking on. Interesting.
Do you believe it? Do you believe that time travel in that way is possible?
I actually do.
Mm-hmm. And would that be what you would do if you had 7 days left on Earth? Would you time travel?
Actually, I would not.
You wouldn't?
No.
Why?
I would take, because to me, as interesting as time travel is, I wouldn't want to go back in the past and screw something up that would affect today.
All right. Fair enough and thoughtful of you.
because I wouldn't want to step on some mosquito that could have affected somebody's grandfather and them not ever being born.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So, but what I would do with the money, first off, I would take out all my money in my savings and checking accounts, all my money out of the bank. And I would spend it on the most expensive car that you can buy and drive around the country and do some of the most dangerous stunts that people can do.
Like what? Give me one.
Like probably hang gliding naked.
There you go. Now you're talking.
Or rock climbing up Mount Rushmore wearing a peanut butter outfit. I don't know. But dangerous things.
Dangerous things, huh? So you were thinking on kind of along the same lines I was.
Yes. But I would also stop along the way and see some of the greatest natural treasures that this country has to provide.
So Yosemite, Yellowstone,
the
Black
Grand Canyon.
Hills, the Grand Canyon. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's all beautiful country. You know, we live in a...
because the only one I've actually seen is Yellowstone.
Well, there's beautiful areas all over the country, all over the country that would be really cool to see. Thank you very much for the call. You know, listen, when it comes to the question of this is your last 7 days on Earth, do realize there's no limits to this, right? You could do anything you want, even time travel. There's somebody in the wormhole asked me if there were monetary limits. No, you have as much money as you could possibly have, as much money as you could possibly need and more for your last 7 days. There are no limits at all. If that was the case, then what would you do? Right? There are so many possibilities. I mean, if I could time travel in my last 7 days, shoot, I'd go back to Woodstock. Because Woodstock was, 3 days? So I'd still have 4 days. And that would be some really nice partying right there with 500,000 people. That is one of the... Don't ask me why. I'll probably never know why. I want to time travel back to Woodstock and experience that, but I always have wanted to. It just seems cool. I know there's a lot of other more meaningful things to time travel back to and see. You know, a lot of people want to go back and meet Jesus or see the pyramids built or something like that. Yeah, those are very interesting things too. But me, I want to go back to Woodstock. We all have our weird little things, right? So, yeah, there's no limits. No limits at all. You have more money than you could ever spend, and time and space and the laws of physics did not apply to this question. What would you do? There's got to be a long list of things you would do, or at least one, right? At least one. There must be. Time is precious. How would you use it? Like, one caller earlier had to say, well, let me think about that and call you later. I hope he does. I certainly hope he does. And then there was a caller last night who called in, and though we were talking to Stephen Callahan and talking about his 76 days adrift out in the Atlantic, which was an amazing, incredible story. Gosh, you know, you should have seen my face listening to him most of the time. It was just, I was stunned listening to him tell his story about survival at sea for 76 days, alone, by the way, with very limited resources and equipment. There was a caller who called in and said he was a targeted individual, meaning targeted for mind control, and said he would call in later on in the program, and I never heard back from him, which really made the hairs stand up. I wonder if he's out there, because I sure would like to hear from him and talk about and find out more about what it's like to be a targeted individual, right? I mean, it seemed like he had so much to say, which is why I asked him to call a little bit later in the program and never heard from him. So I hope that he's okay out there, for one. Very much hope he's okay, and I hope we hear from him again. And let's see who's waiting for us over on line 2. You're on the air.
Yeah, hello.
Good evening.
This is Jake.
Jake, you really sound like the last caller.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, I think you are.
Well, I'm not.
And what did you have to say tonight, Jake? What's on your mind?
I'd just like to say that you're doing a great job and that I love listening to your show.
Well, I appreciate that very much, Jake, but you sound like the previous caller, changing his voice. You really do. But thank you for the call, and you can call and change your voice, call the program anytime you want. Oh my gosh, what a nice thing to say, though. So, if that targeted individual is out there, I sure would like to hear from you. But boy, I can't seem to get this superbug off my mind that has now reached the U.S. That really does give me a chill. And what does that spell for all of us? You know, it's really what spawned the question tonight of what would you do with your last week, because there's so many ways it seems that we're on the edge of our world ending, or maybe not the world ending, but humanity ending, coming to an end, right? If it isn't one thing, it's going to be another. So why not add that to the mix? If you have an idea how you think this world is going to end, you know, that's what preppers prep for, isn't it? The world ending or everything hitting the fan. So what are you preparing for? How do you think this world is going to end? There's so many ways, like economic collapse, right? Natural disasters, government collapse. So many ways. Extraterrestrial impact of an asteroid taking us all out, right? A disease wiping us out or taking our numbers down significantly. That's a possibility. And so that's why I started to think, all right, if our time is that limited, then what would we do with it? It's an important question to think about. I think it truly, truly is. Over on line 2, you're on the air.
Hello, darling.
Well, good evening.
How are you?
I'm having a great time tonight.
Hey, you said the other night that you binge watched Making a Murderer.
I did, over a weekend.
Yeah, I did it yesterday on your recommendations. I had a fit.
Well, what did you have a fit about?
Because of the way the laws are rigged for, it looks like it's for people that have a lot of money, have a lot of influence, at least in that state, and how those cops covered up their track because so many people were liable after the insurance company says, well, we're not paying on that.
So you really think that the police set him up to avoid paying him the $36 million?
Yes, I do. The choice was snuff him out or set him up and get him out of the way. And they, of course, they knew because they have the DA and everybody advising them, here's what we got to do legally. I mean, it gets pretty deep. It goes a lot of different ways, but obviously something was done that was out of the norm.
Well, the first case, the one that he spent 18 years in prison for, that was proven to be, he lost 18 years of his life. He did not commit that crime. But the only thing, you know, and when I look at it, okay, yes, $36 million is a lot of money for a little county like that to pay out. But the only thing that really, really bothers me is, what are her remains doing in a burn pit on the salvage yard?
Well, she could have been burned anywhere, and they could have brought those remains in there and sprinkled them into that pit. The thing is, of all the things they accused him of doing to her tied to that bed, there's no blood spatter anywhere in the room, on the bed, on the floor. I mean, they took his carpets up and everything, you know. There's no blood trail out to the fire pit. Then they said, well, he did it in the garage. Well, there was no blood in the garage. And they said if he cleaned that floor, it wouldn't have looked like it did when they got there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to clean concrete before, and when you do, you better do it wall to wall, because you'll see where it was cleaned.
Right, and they did do the blacklight tests to test the floor, and it showed that bleach had been used. Well, this is what the prosecutor said. The bleach had been used to cover up blood evidence. You know, I don't know. And I can just say this. Look, I wasn't there. So how can I possibly know what happened? The only way we can know what truly happened that day, October 31st, is if we were there. And none of us were. So will we ever truly know the truth? We have to rely on evidence that can be found and a story to be put together by those in law. So what does that tell you? Handling of the case? Unusual. Very unusual. And any one of us could end up a victim of how the legal system works, right? Right. All right. So, open lines tonight on Midnight in the Desert. We're going to do a whole lot more of that when we come back from this break. I'm Heather Wade. All right, and we are back doing open lines tonight on Friday night, all through the night and past midnight. And I want to head to the wormhole, so here's an interesting one from PJ in BC. He says, if I had 1 week to go, I'd do something I've thought about for a while. I'd do DMT. Hopefully this would help in the spiritual preparation area. Well, that's what they say that it does, PJ. Interesting one. I might even contemplate that myself. It was my last week, right? Right? Dimethyltryptamine. You'll have to look that up, known as the spirit molecule. And they say, well, you'll experience a completely different world. It's like reality is taken over by a different reality during the DMT experience. And that they call it the businessman's drug because it only lasts for about 5 to 8 minutes. And then you're back all the way to normal. Right? They also say you don't go looking for DMT. DMT comes looking for you, which I've always thought to be cryptic. Speaking of cryptic messages, here's one from a person who did not send a name. They said, humans will eradicate all humanity. We don't have anyone to blame but ourselves. No alien nation, no God, or outer influence will bring about our demise. We will kill ourselves off. Methodology does not matter. What matters most has been lost. Pretty cryptic, right? All right, and here's a question from Chris in Tampa, and he says, does everyone else know they have a week left, or just yourself? Nope, this is just you. You're the only one who knows that you have a week left on Earth, right? That's it. You're the only one who knows. Now, you can choose to tell everybody, or tell anyone you want, that this is your last week. But that's up to you. And there are no limits. Not even the laws of physics apply. What would you do? You know what I thought of over the break? You know the balloon ride you can take now that takes you up above the atmosphere? I would like to do that. I think that would be really, really fun. And would they allow you to put on a jumpsuit and jump from that thing? Because if they would, I'd do it. All right, over to the phones. You're on the air.
Hey, is that Heather?
It is. Hi.
How you doing, Heather? This is Shaz.
Why, Shaz?
I wanted to call. I heard you talking about the sky was falling. You know, I mean, I'm just paraphrasing there in a sense with the virus, the there's the Zika thing, there's this new antibiotic-resistant thing, but just bear in mind that we're the strongest organism to ever come up out of the dirt. We're still here. All this Purell and all that stuff everybody's doing. I mean, frankly, you could probably stick your hands in a muddy puddle and lick off the results every day of the rest of your life, and your body would find a way to handle it. Or maybe not, but the point is we wouldn't be here if we couldn't survive all these things. So the very thought that something is going to come along now that's going to, like, wipe us out, and nothing ever did before, I think it doesn't bear in mind the evidence that we've overcome all of these other things, you know?
Well, I think a lot of things have tried to take us out, but humanity always finds a way, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that a lot of time spent, and, you know, I mean, you're following in the footsteps of the master of The Sky is Falling. You know, I mean, Art always enjoyed putting people on the edge of their seat, thinking that everything was about to fall apart, and what are you going to do? But it's good drama. But I don't think it really, it's a circumspect view. I think if you look around the whole topic of what is humanity, I mean, basically, we kind of need to get over ourselves. What's the figure? 98% of the wealth is in the hands of 2% of the people.
I think it's less than 1%.
Okay, so let's just say for a moment that one of those people got some of that DMT you were talking about, and they decided, you know what? They said, well, you know what? Things got to change. This isn't right. And they said, you know what? I'm going to give away some of this money and help all these poor people just pay their bills, right? So they could give away half of their money to the other 98% of the people, and those people would be paying the bills. They would be going right back to the companies, and the money would be going right back to the wealthy people. So frankly, all of us human beings should just be drastically ashamed of ourselves for not figuring out how to organize the materials and resources and infrastructure that we have to make things better. So what we do is we wander around pointing at other people. You know, it's like I see people around here where I'm at, really expensive cars, really, you know, nice watches. And
what are you doing right now? It sounds like you're moving around. You're, I don't know, wrapping up a Christmas present or something. What are you doing?
Or do you mean physically? Well, I guess I was ranting. I'm ranting at the troubles of humanity.
Well, that's all right. I welcome the rant. It just sounded like, I don't know what you were fiddling around on your phone. It was distracting.
You know what it was? I was not holding the wire to the mic.
Okay.
So now I'm holding the wire and isolating the motion, so it's probably bouncing off of my jacket as I wander around.
Got you. Okay. All right.
Now, is that better?
It is much better. Continue rant, please.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I mean, basically, that's my thing is that you know, once people are insulated from the actual reality of the time and space, right? So all of a sudden they're sitting on a couch and watching a TV. So time and space is gone. You're not in a normal reality anymore. You're watching weeks go by in a story. You're watching years go by in a movie. You know, and we just disconnect ourselves. So, you know, basically that's our coping mechanism, or it seems to me that has been developed, you know. So why not encourage people to you know, focus on making positive changes and making things happen, instead of looking at like, oh, well, geez, there could be a tidal wave at any time. I better stock up on life preservers and canned food.
Well, I am by asking people what they would do with their last 7 days on Earth. That may give them a clue, or may give all of us something to think about how we spend our time.
Okay.
Spend the time worrying about how the world will end, or let's spend our time on the best way of how to spend our time.
And there's certainly something to that. Lately, I've been decontaminating my shoes. No, that's just a joke. It's a joke. But you know, I'm just working on what I can to you know, make forward progress and momentum. And I think everybody is. But the thing is that I think people basically focus on their differences and set aside their similarities. So we're all 98% the same, right? We got the same kind of blood oxygen flow and anatomical frame, and everybody's the same color on the inside. And we wander around going, oh, this guy's a fat guy, that guy's a skinny guy, this is a tall guy, a short guy, this guy's got an accent.
Well, you know what blows me away the most is that we divide each other on things that we believe, on beliefs alone. And that is enough to separate us, which has always amazed me. I don't maybe that's just one of the things that I will never get, how just simple beliefs can separate us. Why can't we sit down and talk about those beliefs and just throw around ideas? Why isn't it okay to be friends with someone who believes completely different than you?
I've got a website I'll suggest for such a thought. It's kind of a non-commercial thing. There'll be some commercial stuff with it, but it's a site that's got some information that bears to this, and it's pretty simple. 2 words put together: ParadigmFalls.com. Paradigm Falls. Go check that one out. And,
all right.
We could have another conversation about belief sometime, and that'd be great. And I just want to encourage you to bring back one of Art's traditions too before I get blown off the line here.
And what tradition is that?
At the end of the show, you should let the last caller give the honors at the end of the show.
Oh,
Say goodbye to everybody and wish them a good night. There's a few reasons. One, it's a venerable tradition that Art started that, frankly, George and everybody else just letting that go. That's shameful that they just let that go, because that's the reason to listen to the end.
Yes.
The reason to be the caller at the end.
Yes, and I was doing that for a while, and I dropped the ball, and you called me on it. So good job on that. I'll bring it back.
Well, thank you, Heather, and keep up the good work, and critics be damned.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. Boy, I love that kind of fire on a call. I absolutely love it. I live for it, actually. I want to hear those with hot blood like that call in, passionate about what you feel. That's exactly the type of thing I like to hear. That is music to my ears in the middle of the night, a night such as this. Let's keep it going. And on line 2, you're on the air.
Hey, Heather, it's Sunshine from Indiana.
Well, hi, Sunshine.
Well, I was doing some thinking about what I would do for my last 7 days.
Yeah?
And are you familiar with Chris McCandless in this story?
Why is that kind of ringing a bell? No, I don't remember off the top of my head, I'll be honest.
Well, if you've ever seen a movie or read the book Into the Wild, essentially he goes across the country. His plan is to get to Alaska and live off the land for a while and just kind of escape from civilization and try to find himself.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't seen it or read the book or seen the movie, I recommend it to you and all the listeners. It's really great. But the experiences that he has by going across the country, he just walks everywhere, like hitchhikes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he so many different people and has so many of these really great experiences with people that you'd never expect. And I think that's how I'd like to spend my last 7 days if I had to.
That is really, really cool. So just walking around the country, would you have a particular destination in mind? Would you go to Alaska too?
Well, actually, I don't know if I'd be able to make it to Alaska in 7 days walking across the country from Indiana. But Chris McCandless went to a place I think it's in California called it's known as the Slabs.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, Slab City. Yes.
Yeah, I would love to go there and meet people there.
Oh, you are a brave soul.
Great experiences there.
You are very brave if you're willing to go down there.
I'm only going to be here for 7 days. Why not?
Right. Well, right. Okay. There you go. Yeah, Slab City. They have no laws. They have pretty much no rules down there. I'm sure they have sort of community understood rules, but yeah, it's not even really considered a real city. Anybody out there who doesn't know about Slab City, California, do look it up.
It is really neat, and Chris McCandless had an excellent experience there. He actually traveled there with a couple of hippies in an RV that picked him up. And he stayed there for a while, and they sold books and odds and ends they found wherever throughout their travels. And he helped them with their little shop they had, and it just seems like a really neat place.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, and it is full of artists and musicians and creative people who want to escape sort of mainstream society. It is Slab City is definitely not mainstream society. It's outside the box as far as you can get, I think.
Yep. But my main goal for that 7 days would be to meet as many different kinds of people as I can and learn about so many different cultures that I haven't been exposed to being stuck in a small town, Indiana, you know? That would be my goal.
Well, that's very, very wise and pretty cool. Good way to use your time. So, you know what? I would recommend you find time sometime in this life now to do that, right? I guess that's the point of asking that question to everybody tonight, to see what you would do if it was your last 7 days, and then go ahead and, well, if it's, you know, following the laws of physics, of course, like Sunshine's idea of what she wanted to do. But of course, for the question, you know, money is no object, the laws of physics are no object, but it's designed to get you thinking about how you spend your time. Right? That's really the point of asking that question. Over on North American Skype, you're on the air.
Hi, Heather.
Well, good evening.
How are you?
I'm having a great time. It's a great time tonight.
It is a good time tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Dwayne up in Terrace.
Hi, Dwayne.
BC. And I have to agree with Sunshine. She just, like, as her name states, that she just brings that little bit of ray of sunshine, I think, to all of us. She does.
She
and
had
your
a great
previous
idea.
caller who said that he, you know, the Art Bell tradition of letting somebody end off the show. You've actually given me that privilege once, where I was able to say goodnight to everyone.
Right. Yeah, I was doing that and then just dropped the ball. I'll admit it. I did drop the ball on that. So let's bring it back. We're going to be doing that tonight at the end of the program and for the end of the program ever after.
I think that's an excellent thing to do. You know, the thing is that, you know, your question is about, like, if you had, you know, it was like basically you had a week left to live. What would you do? Oh, and I also wanted to mention, like, with Sunshine's mention of Into the Wild, it actually was based on a true story by a fella. I believed he lived in California. His dad was a NASA rocket scientist or something like that. And his name was Christopher McCandless. Mm-hmm. And he abandoned all his possessions. He gave his entire $24,000 savings account to charity, and he hitchhiked to Alaska, where he went into the wilderness, found a bus, stayed in this bus for a period of time, and eventually ended up eating some berries that he shouldn't have.
Oh, wait. This sounds very familiar now. I think I saw this. The bus and the berries brought it back. Yes, I did see that. Okay.
Eddie Vedder did the whole musical ensemble for the entire movie. Mm-hmm. And, it was such a good movie. Anyhow, he ended up eating his berries that limited his digestive system from digesting anything. And he eventually, essentially, he starved to death. But really good movie. If you get a chance to watch it again, I watched it a couple times now, and almost brought tears to my eyes each time.
Yeah, I will. I knew when Sunshine said his name, that was ringing a bell, but it just wasn't coming back to me. When you said the bus and then the berries, that brought it all back. It's been a little while since I've seen it. Didn't it come out 2010, 2011?
2007, actually.
Oh, even before that. Okay.
Yeah, and Eddie Vedder did a great song. He had Society, I think the song was called, and wonderful song. Mm. It's just, one of those songs. But
that really says a lot for the state of affairs right now. If people, their main thing is they want to get away from society, get away from the big cities, get away from it all.
Well, and that's the thing. And, you know, if Sunshine wants to lead a pilgrimage on the last 7 days, I'll follow her. I will be right behind her. But here's my list I came up before she came on and disrupted my last 7 days. But thanks, Sunshine. But the first thing I do, I call loved ones and let them know, like, hey, you know what? I love you. I care about you guys. It's really terrible that, things are going to end in a week. And then the one thing I do too is I would call up that one person who is the object of my desire, and I would call her up and say, hey, you know what? This is how I feel about you. Regardless how you feel about me, I have to tell you this. Get it off my chest, and then be at peace with that, right? However it ended up. And then the next thing you know, I do, Heather.
What?
I would call you if I could get. Well, I can't just call you because I'd have to like figure out some way to get hold of you.
Well, if I'm on the air, you can call.
I know. Well, that's the thing. Would you do your show for the last week? Do you think?
Yes,
or would you be
off
doing other things? Would you?
I would. I would do the show if it was my last 7 days. I'd probably do 3 shows, right? Because I gotta have some of those days to myself. It's my last week. So yes, I would do some shows, and then I'd time travel back to Woodstock. Or I'd time travel back to Woodstock and then come back and do some shows and talk about what a great time it was at Woodstock.
That sounds like an excellent plan. And like I say, I would just want to have a chat with you, like just shoot the breeze, see how things are going and what your thoughts were and that sort of thing, right?
All right. Well, cool.
Yeah.
There was on my Facebook page, one person said in response to that question, I'd call to a live talk show. And I was thinking, well, I hope you call tonight. Well, cool. Anything else you would do with your last 7 days if money was no object?
Yes. Well, there's this one thing, like, of course I'd rack up all my credit cards because it wouldn't care anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd max out the credit line, credit cards, because, really to pay it back's not even a question anymore. And I would probably go to the local exotic car, not that there's one here, but I would find the city with a local exotic car dealership and say, hey, you know what, I want to test that, take that Ferrari out for a test drive and just not bring it back. It would be mine for the week.
That's a good way to get one. See, that's even better than my idea. See, I would take all the money I've got and go buy one, but shoot, that's a good shortcut. You just take one for a test drive, don't bring it back.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. What are they going to do, right? These guys are going to be worrying about their last 7 days if they know about it, right? They may not even know about it. Not all of us may not know about it. And then the thing is, I would just try to find peace with myself in my Ferrari, of course. Well, the Ferrari took
It'd be pretty easy to find peace with yourself in your Ferrari with your newfound love.
And I think I've written all this stuff down. I always have the right to take notes with you because if I don't, I'll forget half the stuff. And when I get on with you, it'd be like I just go blank, right? So, but I'll have to check out Slab City too. You guys made so much of a thing about it. I'm going to have to go check that out. I'm not even sure what it's about, but I'm going to Google it and figure out a little bit about it.
Do Google it and check it out. It's an interesting little town in Southern California in the middle of the desert it's the anti-town is what it actually is. It's a town of really no laws. I'm sure, like I said, there's some understood, unspoken, like community laws. It's not completely lawless, but, look it up.
But you're saying to this day it's still somewhat lawless?
Yeah.
Really?
People can do whatever they want down there.
Oh, that sounds like my kind of town. I don't know.
Well, go look at the pictures of it before you say that, all right?
Before I decide to just pack up and go, right?
Yeah.
The last thing I would mention is this is all kind of reminding me of this old SNL skit where I think it was back in the 70s when Bill Murray and all those guys were on the show. But there's this guy goes to the doctor and is up in this this skyscraper in New York City. And he goes in and the doctor tells him he's got basically 10 minutes to live, right? So he's like, really? And he kind of panics for a second. He goes, well, I'm going to make this the best 10 minutes of my life. So he rushes out of the doctor's office. He gets the elevator. He gets in the elevator and there's a bunch of people in there now, right? And people are getting off at different floors. And then just when the last person gets out, there's a little boy on the elevator and he hits all the buttons. So basically, he spent the last 10 minutes of his life in an elevator, unfortunately. Yeah. That was the irony.
Last 10 minutes, there's just not enough time to really make the most of it, right? But I appreciate the call. Very much. So he's on to something there. Don't go buy a sports car that you want. Go take one for a test drive. Don't bring it back. Pretty good idea. But I'm not sitting here recommending anybody go out and do that right now, okay? So don't take this as, oh, let's go take a car out on a permanent test drive. But a fine idea if it was your last 7 days on Earth. Right. And interesting calls all night tonight about a variety of things, especially, the one that's sticking in my mind is the gentleman who called to say, look, the sky is not falling. We're still here. Life always does find a way, doesn't it? It always does. And I think it will. I don't think the earth will end. If anything, humanity may face a bottleneck. What with all the threats we've faced these days, we just don't know what's going to take us out. Or if we're just going to continue on for hundreds, if not thousands of years. If we get off planet, well, then that planet just have more problems. Will that planet then face extinction? Who knows? There's so much to think about. So let's take a break and come back and take more of your calls on all of these subjects. And anybody wants to call up and change gears, you're welcome to it. It's open lines. That means anything you want to talk about at all. I'm Heather Wade, and we'll be right back. You can also call in on Skype from North America if you type in MITD11. Anywhere in North America, Canada, United States, Mexico, you can call via Skype. It's a free call, a free download, and a great way to sound so good on the air. And if you're in any other corner of the globe, you could type in MITD21 into your Skype search box up there and place a call, right? You can add me as a contact, but I don't have to add you, and hit the call button, and you might find yourself on the air. All right, so over onto the phones, you're on the air.
Roswell, Heather.
Well, good to hear from you. What's on your mind tonight?
Spontane here, and if I had a limited amount of time and I knew how much it was, the first thing that I would do is go get rebaptized by the right priest to be sure that I'd like taking a spiritual bath. Mm-hmm. And then the next thing I would do is to make a list of everyone in my life that I may have inadvertently hurt and go and ask for their forgiveness and tell them I love them. And then the next thing I would do was make a list of the people who I've been angry with in my life and feel like they have hurt me, and I'd go and tell them that I forgave them and that I loved them. And then I would find the most demonically possessed person that I know, and I would harass the crap out of them. That's what I would do if I had time.
Oh, I love it. That is a great list, and I can tell you put some thought into that, and you should.
Yes,
Thank you very much for the call. That is a way to do it, everybody. That is a good way to do it. Poor demonically possessed individual, though, is going to get harassed pretty good. Over on Skype, you're on the air.
Hello there.
Well, good evening. Wait, hey, I think I recognize this person.
Yeah, that's right. It's Art. I couldn't resist. You're talking about, by the way, I'm calling you on my iPhone 6, and it really works well, especially with Wi-Fi. People should use that. You're talking about what you would do with the last week of your life, right?
That's right.
Okay, well, that reminded me. I did a show years ago on what you would do if there was an asteroid headed toward Earth, spawned by all the movies of that genre.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody called up with a really interesting question. They said, same thing one of your earlier callers said, that they would roll up every single credit card they had to the limit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, really? I wonder what the credit card companies would do. So the next day, I called MasterCard. They got the number on the back of the MasterCard, and I called it. And I got, the usual operator, and I asked the question, what would you do if there were an asteroid headed for Earth? Would you cancel all credit card transactions? He said, I don't know. Let me turn you over to a supervisor. I got the supervisor, asked the same question. He said, I don't know. That would be a higher pay grade than myself. He said, I'll tell you what. Let me make an inquiry at the top of the corporate ladder. Call me tomorrow. Gave me his name, number. I called him the next day. He said, I've got an answer for you. MasterCard has said that if that were the case, they would allow people to run their credit cards right up to the limit based on the following. If the asteroid hit, well, it wouldn't make much difference to MasterCard. If the asteroid were somehow diverted or missed, they'd be rolling in the dough. So that's what the credit card company said. I thought you'd be interested.
Yeah, that is pretty good. So either way, it's a win-win for them, no matter what ends up happening.
Well, it's a win or a lose, but it's a pretty good way to go if you're a credit card company.
That they have a plan for that is somehow disturbing.
Well, they didn't till I called. And they actually considered it and came up with an answer, and I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I wonder if that's now permanently on the books for them.
That I don't know, but at least I got a solid answer, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Of course, they knew I was calling from a national talk show, so I guess they considered carefully. Anyway, that's all I've got.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. And so you would run up your credit cards?
Why not?
All right. Well, thank you very, very much for the call
Have a good
tonight.
night.
I will appreciate it very much. That is Art Bell with his input on that. Interesting, and it doesn't surprise me that he would do something like that. MasterCard wants you to, well, they would allow everybody to run up their cards to the max. And then if there was an asteroid hit, well, fine, doesn't matter. They don't have to collect on those bills. And then if the asteroid didn't hit, well, they're going to cha-ching and they're going to collect, right? Oh, man, that was pretty cool to hear from him tonight. All right, let's go over to North American Skype again. You're on the air.
Hey.
Good evening.
I just want I didn't think I would be following Art Bell. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to hear him calling in.
Well, you don't know what's going to happen from moment to moment on this program, sir. Prepare for expect the unexpected.
Indeed. So I just want to say hi to DM Talk and Midnight Express on Ryzen IRC.
Good deal. How are the DM Talkers doing?
They were super excited about Art coming in. It kind of exploded for a second there.
I'm sure.
Yeah, Sunny liked it. One of the previous callers. She's on there too.
Sunshine.
So to answer your question, I would walk the earth like Kane from Kung Fu.
Get in adventures, meet people.
Yeah. And only I would have to write about it. I would have to make like some sort of online autobiography about it. Because, I mean, it's cool to experience that, but you also want to leave a legacy, I guess.
Yes. So you would have to do this live online, like on Facebook or Twitter or something. I mean, you'd need more space than Twitter, 140 characters, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Actually, I've thought about this actually before. It's kind of a morbid thought, but I've always actually thought about an interactive fiction. Like you would be in a text adventure if you remember like Zork, like those things. Did you ever see those?
Well, I'm a geek, but my geek, does have some boundaries here. No, I don't know about Zork.
All right, so it's a text adventure. You type out like look lamp, get lamp, use lamp, and then the description of the room changes. So it's like an interactive novel.
Okay.
Like you walk around in the story and things change and you can interact with it. But I've always thought about an autobiography in that genre. You know what I mean?
I think I do. Do.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird concept. But if you look up interactive fiction, you'll find examples of what I'm talking about.
Well, I remember reading interactive fiction when I was a kid, and it was a little bit different. So you'd be reading the story, and then at the end of a chapter, there would be decisions you had to make. And then based on the decisions that you made are how the story would change from then on. So the story became, unique to each individual reading the story and the decisions that they made all along the way, right? Do you remember those?
Like choose your own adventure novels. Yeah, I do. Actually, one of the first books I ever read as a kid that I remember reading, I must have been about 6, was a choose your own adventure of being on the moon. Like at the end of each page, there'd be a question and said, go to this next page if you choose this.
Yes, those. Yeah. I remember reading one that was about traveling into the future, and you had to make decisions all along the way, and yeah. So I would read it over and over and over again to come out with the same story, but all different kinds of outcomes. Yeah. So I guess I'm more nerdy than I am willing to admit.
But yeah, if it were my last week, I would have to do that. And I got enough people, I think, that they'd let me just hang out on their couch. I'd spend all my money.
Go couch surfing.
Yeah, do good deeds like Cain and just write about it.
All right. Well, cool. Well, you'd have to really pack the adventures in one right after the other if all you had was 7 days. And do tell everybody over at DM Talk that I said hello. Rowdy crowd, but fun nonetheless, right? Pretty cool to hear about the end of the world from Art there and what MasterCard would do. I still can't get over that they would let everybody max out their cards. Just go ahead and let everybody max out their cards. And if, in the slim chance, the asteroid doesn't hit, well, then MasterCard wins. If the asteroid does hit, everybody got to max out their card and buy whatever it is they wanted to buy. I mean, what would you buy besides a fast car? Anything you would buy? I think one of the things I've always wanted to do, and go ahead and call me weird for this, but I have always wanted to walk into a restaurant and just pay for everybody's dinner, everybody that's there, just on a whim, for no reason at all. You don't need an explanation for that. Just everybody's dinner right now on me. That's fine. I'll pay for it. Always wanted to do something like that. Don't know why. Over on North American Skype, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I would, keeping up with I've loved your answer, or what you were thinking about with Woodstock and stuff. I would probably, I'm a musician, I would jam with Jimi Hendrix on the moon.
There you go. See that? Now you're really talking. Oh yeah.
And like not the Hendrix Experience. It would be like the Band of Gypsies with Billy Cox and Buddy Miles. The kind of later thing.
Any particular songs that you would play on the moon?
I think the Star Spangled Banner would be appropriate, but I don't know.
That would be a good one. That'd be a good one. One of my favorite Jimi Hendrix songs of all time is Voodoo Child. You've got to add that one to your set list.
Is it the reprise one or the other Voodoo Child?
The reprise, yeah.
Okay.
Love
that one. That's pretty cool. Just real quick, do you sing? Because your voice is exceptional, or is it just because you talk all the time?
No, that is one of my hobbies. I do like to sing, but this may be difficult for people to realize or accept. I'm very, very, very shy. To the point of being antisocial, and so I never in my life have sang in front. Well, that's a lie. Actually, I misspoke. I have sang in front of one person. One person. Other than that, I have not sang in front of anybody because I'm shy, and I don't want to show off. My other hobby that I really like to do is fire dancing. With fire chains. And you see, singing and fire dancing, these are things that attract attention. And I don't want to, see, I'm a little backwards. I don't want to attract the attention. I just want to do the hobby. I sing a lot. I sing every day.
Well, that's fascinating. I agree with you totally. I'm a kind of a bedroom musician myself.
Right, a living room rock star.
Right, exactly.
Nothing wrong
all right,
with that.
Well, that's very cool. Thank you for your time. Take care.
No worries.
Kudos and Roswells and all of that jazz.
Appreciate it. Now I'm going to have this mental image of of him on the moon playing with Jimi Hendrix. See, that's exactly the type of thing I was looking for. Right there, you know. I think I would change that up just a little tiny bit. I would probably want to play guitar with Jimmy Page on Mars. Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. Though we'd have to have some oxygen supply or something. Actually, I don't really care where it is. I just want to sit down and play guitar with Jimmy Page. That's all. Or Lita Ford or Slash or any number of cool guitar players. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm not that particular, right? It wouldn't have to be any set person. Maybe pick a different person to play guitar with every day of your last 7 days, right? But knowing that MasterCard, well, that's in the event of a global catastrophe, right? Global catastrophe there. But shoot, yeah, get out my MasterCard and max it out. Get all my money out and spend it. That for sure, I could do. Wouldn't mind that at all. What in the world to buy? You know, steak and lobster every day? I don't know. I think I'd indulge in a lot of things I usually avoid eating. You know, little cheesecake. Who knows? But I think it would involve a lot of travel. A lot of travel. I would probably, oddly enough, I've always wanted to see Antarctica because they say that's like being on another planet. I would like to see that. I'd like to see south of France. Love to see that. Love to go to a deserted, beautiful beach and spend the day there around nobody. Possibly even singing with no one to hear me. That sounds ideal. It's an interesting thing to contemplate. Interesting. So, I mean, let's see what it would be like. Let's take Art's idea about if there's a asteroid impact coming in 7 days, then what? Then now that changes the situation a little bit. Now it's all of us, right? All of us gonna go. Then we would all know at the same time that we're gonna be taken out, right? That would change things because now everybody on Earth. See, in my scenario, I just have it's your personal last 7 days on Earth. And that's a little bit different. If everybody knew at the same time that we were going to be taken out, like NASA makes an announcement, that's it. There is a 7-mile wide asteroid on a collision course to Earth. It's going to hit 7 days from now. That changes the landscape considerably. Now you've got the entire population of Earth doing what they would do, knowing they're going to be taken out in the next 7 days. What would that look like? You know, I am told here and there that it's going to be humans that take out humans, but there is such a good likelihood that it could be an extraterrestrial impact. I mean, if you listen to everything Randall Carlson studies and think about, we are so overdue for something like that to happen. Well overdue. 2,000 or 3,000 years overdue. Maybe more for such an impact to happen, such an earth change to take place, right? This could happen at any time. The solar system is a violent, dangerous, active place. Also incredibly unpredictable. You know, we really don't know, and it might be right on top of us when it finally does happen. We may only have 7 days notice, right? In that case, MasterCard, you better get ready for a bunch of cards to get maxed out. And I think it would make for a very interesting look at how humans deal with knowing that their time is now limited on Earth, right? It's such an interesting thing to think about. I just am endlessly fascinated with it, and I guarantee I'll be thinking about this long after I'm off the air tonight. I'll still be playing out all these different scenarios in my mind of what would I really do with my last 7 days? How different would it be if everyone knew it was their last 7 days, and then as opposed to just me knowing it's my last 7 days, right? It's just fun mental gymnastics to play. Over on the first-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Heather. How are you doing?
It's a great night. How about yourself?
Great. Thank you. Vaughn from Arizona here. I totally lost my train of thought.
That happens. Radio somehow does that to the human mind. I think it's a form of mind control, actually, a mind manipulation. As soon as you get on the air, as soon as your voice hits the air, that's it. Bam, all your thoughts gone.
Yes, if it were a phone call, it would be different. But to answer your question about the last 7 days, if you're not doing it already, then you're probably lost.
And there you go. That's the point that I was trying to make by asking the question.
And as for the bathroom thing, why not split it out? I sent you a wormhole message earlier. Instead of making boys and girls bathrooms, why don't we make the bathroom individual stalls that disinvolves the federal government from saying anything to anyone?
Mm-hmm. No, that I wanted to get to. Let me see here. I think the message was something like, let's take a lesson from concert promoters and sporting events and just have the bathroom be the bathroom, right?
That's right. I mean, I don't care about your sexuality, and I'm not going to describe my own, but let's just take the sexuality out of it. Take it out of their hands and make the bathroom the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said in the message, it would take some retooling, but what's the big deal here?
Well, the big deal is underage children and schools. And
well, that would take that away too, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've got locker rooms. We've got showers. Those aren't individual. They don't have individual showers in schools, do they? So now you've got to answer the question. All right, do you have children?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they old enough to be in high school?
Actually, the youngest one is in high school right now.
All right. Girl or boy?
Boy.
Okay. So if your boy decides he identifies as female and then decides that he's going to use the ladies' locker room and the ladies' bathrooms, how do you feel about that?
I really don't predict this one would do, but some of the older ones may. And quite frankly, I don't have a problem with it, but my problem is with the federal government saying they should be involved in private matters.
Yeah, I have a big problem with that too. That's why I'm torn on this issue. I think listeners are misunderstanding me that I'm, for or against or leaning one way or the other. I'm absolutely torn. On the one hand, I don't want to see anybody's rights not be acknowledged, right? On the other hand, I think it's weird to have young boys in the locker room with little girls.
Yeah, I mean, we're taught differently. I will agree with you there. There needs to be a separation, but as far as combative measures, I would say that would be a way to take.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. We're having a great time on Open Lines tonight. I am. I certainly hope you all are. If I'm reading you right, you are. I love Friday Night Open Lines because anybody can call and switch gears on us at any time, which I always enjoy. But we've got a lot of good questions we're thinking about and answering tonight, right? Right? What would you do if it was your very last week? How would you deal with that time? How would you use that time? What would you possibly do? And, I meant to bring up the point of asking that question as my final thoughts for the program, but it came out a little soon, right? But the point of asking it is to get you to think about how you use your time in the first place. More Open Lines as soon as we come back tonight on Midnight in the Desert. Don't be shy. Give me a call. I'm Heather Wade. Open Lines, unscreened Open Lines, and now guess what? It is after midnight. So that means it is going to start to get good right about now. This is what happened the last time I was in the middle of Open Lines and it turned midnight on the clock. It just started to get so good. There is not really any way to describe it. So let's dive in right now. Over to the phones. You're on the air.
Super. I assume I'm the one?
You are the one.
Oh, great. By the way, I really like the way you conduct your interviews and everything. I think it's really cool. I think you do a great job.
Thank you.
And I was just going to check and let everybody know if they were interested in seeing how a society comes apart, that the book Lucifer's Hammer by Niven and Pernille, which is available on Amazon.com, is an excellent study. And they have it on paperback, paperback, so it's not very expensive. It is science fiction, but it's so realistic. And many years ago, I was a survival instructor at the Air Force Academy, and it was really quite interesting to read that book. During the expeditions that went on during the survival training, we had survival, escape, resistance, and evasion exercises going on, and it was kind of interesting. So anyway, just wanted to let everybody know about it.
I appreciate that. And I've actually owned that book more than once, and I've always wanted to read it, and I've never had the chance. So I'm going to go get yet another copy and make the time to read it.
After you read it, you'll want to stir water for about 6 months.
All right. Oh boy, then I will blame you for that. As soon as somebody walks in my house and says, "Why do you have that room over there completely full of bottles of water?" I'll just point to the book Lucifer's Hammer. That's why.
That's it.
All right. Well, thank you.
Have a good evening and good morning. God bless.
Appreciate the call very, very much. So. Yeah, I have. Oddly enough, I have owned that book, I think, at least twice, and never have found the time to read it. I mean, I've even gotten to the point where I have it on the bedside table next to the bed, and it ends up collecting dust. I just never find the time to read it. When I was in high school, it was easy to find the time to read books. It's a big challenge nowadays. I have a lot of books that I'm trying to make the time to read, but there just doesn't seem to be. What I really want, if it was my last 7 days on Earth and I did not have to obey the laws of physics, I demand 34-hour days. 3-4. I want 10 more hours in the day, stat. That would be a absolute godsend to me. Over on North American Skype, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello?
Good.
Hello? Anybody home? Hi.
Oh, my God.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, sorry about that.
We read you.
All right. Calling you from my TuneIn Radio from Staten Island, New York.
All the way from New York. What's on your mind tonight?
Oh, well, I wanted to answer your question about the last 7 days.
Shoot.
Honestly, I'd spend it with my wife and my son.
Yeah.
I honestly would. I mean, my first plan for the first day, I'd throw in an entire block party for my family and friends. But honestly, the rest of that, I would just want to spend it with my wife and my 8-month-old son.
Well, I mean, that's a clue that you're probably spending your time with them now, right? So if that's what you would do if it was your last 7 days on Earth, then that's a pretty good clue that you're using your time already very wisely.
I work the night shift. I don't really get to see my son that much. That's why.
I
quit my job and basically just spend as much time as I could with him.
Mm. And anything else you would do besides the block party?
Probably take my wife and my son on the vacation that they deserve.
Any place in particular?
Probably someplace tropic, maybe Puerto Rico or something.
Hey,
something,
there you go.
Something nice.
Yeah, there you go. Caribbean, maybe?
Absolutely. Take him back to his country. his Commonwealth, or whatever you want to call it.
All right. Well, that's
also,
pretty cool. What's that?
I had an idea for a show, maybe.
All right. What do you got?
I was watching Ancient Aliens, and they were talking about finding pyramids in Antarctica because the polar ice caps are melting, so they're finding them more and more.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it might be an interesting topic to look at,
I've thought about doing a program on pyramids all over the world in places that we don't realize
China,
there are
Russia.
pyramids. Yeah, there's pyramids in China. There's pyramids in Eastern Europe. There's supposed pyramids, alleged pyramids in Antarctica. There's pyramids all over this world that we don't take into
North
account.
America, they say, too. So, I mean, it's a very interesting topic to delve into.
Right, yeah, it is. And the dating on those pyramids are endlessly...
A lot older than they think.
Right. So I always think that we don't give our ancient ancestors enough credit, that they were a lot smarter than we realize that they were.
Mainstream science is way too narrow-minded to deal with this situation. That's the problem.
Well, it is. And then we have to ask ourselves, why is the Smithsonian keep certain things locked away in the cabinet, that they don't put out on display? I find that interesting. I mean, I'm not saying there's a conspiracy or anything, but why keep some of the more interesting things like giant skulls locked away in a cabinet? That's not an invented conspiracy. They really are doing that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, I spoke to you a while ago, and I recommended an author to bring on your show. I was wondering, I haven't listened to the show in a while. I don't know if you actually got him on or not, but did you ever get an update on Peter Moon?
Yes. And, I guess he is scheduled to come on the program here very soon.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes. So there you go. We do take all guest suggestions and topic ideas into consideration, and there you go. Peter Moon is scheduled to be on here sometime soon. I won't give the date away. But he is going to be on soon. And you can always send in topic suggestions, guest ideas, any kind of show idea that crosses your mind. I would absolutely love to see it. And let's go on over to the first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Yeah, is that me?
That's you.
Wow, that's cool. So I got two things to say. First, about the bathroom situation.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, basically, you're talking about a medical condition. And, the thing about a democratic republic is that it's to protect the least of the least, not the majority. Now, we wouldn't have handicapped bathrooms if it wasn't for the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes.
And that's the same situation.
All right.
Don't you agree?
Well, then that means we need to designate transgender bathrooms that only they can use, right?
Well, that could be a possibility, but the main thing is that we protect them. We give them their same rights as everybody else.
Well, I'm all for protecting them, but I don't know that imposing the mandate that the Obama administration has. Well, who cares what I think? How do you feel about the mandate that the Obama administration has put?
We wouldn't have handicapped parking spaces if there was people that couldn't, if we worried about people that would abuse it.
And
it's just you got to take care of the least of the least. That's what the Democratic Republic is all about.
All right, well,
taking care of this. That's who protects them. We protect them.
Mm-hmm.
They can't because they can't protect themselves. That's what the federal government's for. That's why the federal government has to come in and make these kind of laws.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my opinion.
All right. Well, and you're glad to hear it.
But I tell you, I got something else to say about 7 days.
All right.
I've been told I had 7 days, and it was the truth. And I tell you exactly how I acted, and I believe everybody else will. You'll act no differently than you did the 7 days before.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know.
Going to be?
I certainly would.
The person you was, you're not going to be a different person. You're going to be the same person you was 7 days later as you was 7 days before.
Well, I guess we're all different, but that's interesting that you didn't act any different. But I guess it wasn't your last 7 days because you're still here with us.
No, I died.
And was brought back?
No, I died. I live a different life now. I woke up in hell. I live in heaven and hell now. Before I died, I lived in this world. Now I live in heaven and hell. Part of it's heaven, part of it's hell. Hell is decorated real nice. Hell ain't got the harps I expected. But when you are told, you are told, and I believe everybody gets the information, and it won't make no difference to you because you are who you are. You're going to do what you did. You're going to be the same person. You're going to act the same way. You're going to do the same things you've always done.
Well, I guess we're all different. I would positively, absolutely lose my mind and just do all kinds of crazy things that I would never do before. But
no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You'd be the same person you are right now.
All right.
You couldn't be anything different. How could you be anything different but who you are?
My personality would change significantly.
No, it wouldn't. I swear to God it wouldn't. There's no way it could.
All right.
You can't be any different than who you are.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call very much. There's one point of view, right? And that's what the program's all about, is hearing everybody's point of view. So listen, we've got a call finally on a special line tonight. And let's go right to it now. Over on the special line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. Hi.
What's the special line?
For those who identify as transgender.
Well, fuck.
That is not a word to go out on the air. So we're just going to have to keep moving on. That did not go out on the air. All right. Over to the phones. You're on the air. Hello. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I just want to answer your question about the 7 Days to Live.
Sure.
Have you seen Iron Man 2?
I've only seen the first one. I haven't seen the second one.
Oh, well, in the second one, kind of spoiler, I guess. The core thing is giving him like a poisoning, and he's only having a short amount of time to live. So using a lot of his money, in his tower, he just throws this giant party where everyone's there, and that's probably something that I would do in that kind of situation.
I like it. I like the sound of that. And would you just put out an open invitation so anybody could come?
Oh, yeah.
And any limit on how many people could come to this party? No? And where would you hold it? In some, like, giant warehouse or any place in particular?
Just a big building.
And would the party last all 7 days? That's the real question.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it would be an all-week thing, and then the last day would be kind of like the funeral, but it would still have the party vibe.
A funeral with a party vibe.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I like that. I like that. Anything special, any kind of main event, any performers? You can have anybody you want perform at this party.
Anyone, everyone.
You'd have everyone come and play.
Mm-hmm.
That narrows it down.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for the call. That's one way to do it, right? Have a big, huge party, open invitation. Anybody can come to the party. Have everybody that you like perform at the party. Sounds good. Sounds really good. That sounds like a good way to make use of your time. I mean, that's a lot of partying to get in. And then the last day, funeral, but it still has a party vibe. Wonder, can that be done? Is that actually possible to do? Well, I guess if you tell everybody to just celebrate your life and not be sad, that might be one way to do it. But they're going to be sad because it's your last day, right? All right, so really kind of bummed out that that wasn't what I thought it was going to be on the special line. Over on line 2, you're on the air.
Is that me, Heather?
That's you. Hi.
All right. Hi, my name's Mark.
Hi, Mark.
And if I had only 7 days to live and the earth was going to be destroyed, I would load my old Army Jeep, an M38, with some camping supplies, food, my 2 dogs, maybe find a nice female if she wants to go, and drive the Appalachian Trail. Not walk it, but drive it so I could go camping. It's very serene to go camping, and you're there with nature, and you get away from the crazies that's in the cities.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be a going theme with this question. A lot of people either want to escape society. A lot of the answers on my Facebook page had something to do with nature, go out in nature, escape everything. And a lot of the answers tonight have been along those same lines.
Well, I agree with them because I don't think you can find anything more beautiful or serene than being out in the woods with the fire going on and roasting hot dogs.
Right. No, I agree. I grew up 2 or 3, about 3 mountains behind Yosemite in a little tiny town back there. So, we had a house, but every day was a day in the woods, and I miss it. I think about that all the time and would love to go back there. So I hear you.
Well, if it happens, let me know where you're at. I'll come and get you, and you can go camping with me and my dogs.
Hey, I'd love to see the Appalachia. Man, I've heard that it's so beautiful out there. It's a completely different forest system, completely different ecosystem than what I'm used to out here.
Oh, yeah. If you go roughly about an hour from where I live at right now to Klingman's Dome, and you're actually in pretty much like a rainforest. And It's really strange because here you are up in the mountains, and the mountains are tree-covered, not like out west, but you can see the clouds forming.
Wow.
The moisture coming off the trees and stuff, it's real fascinating.
Well, the real question then is, will I see UFOs? Because a lot of UFOs are reported from that area.
I wouldn't put it past. I think mankind is a little bit on the arrogant side if they say that there's no other intelligent life in the universe. I think that's wrong.
I agree with you on the arrogant part.
It's like, come on, folks. We just wonder what would happen if the aliens would come down, whether it be the Greys or the reptilians. But people would like to say that they don't exist, but I'm going to say there is intelligent life in the universe other than humans. We just don't know how to cooperate with them yet. Could be other dimensions, too, because that would be interesting, like a time travel.
That's what the FBI, some time ago, some papers were released, some documents were released where, and I don't know if this is true or not, but these documents alleged that most UFOs, most alien species, if not all, come from other dimensions.
Yeah, why not? Why can't you think that these folks would be more intelligent than the humans? I mean,
Well, it depends on how far advanced they are. But if they're accomplishing space travel, they must be more advanced than us, right?
Oh, exactly. And especially if they're doing the time warp deal, coming from other dimensions and stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
You got the wormholes out there. Who knows what would happen? And it's kind of like in the future, just look in the last 100 years, 116 years now, we've gone from walking to wagons to cars to airplanes. Now we're into jets, and now they're talking hyperjets, traveling at 3,800 miles an hour.
That's right.
It's like technology is increasing on our level as humans, but if we've got people that's able to go from dimension to dimension, what is their technology like? I just hope they do come down here that they don't get it set up to humans and exterminate us.
I think we all hope for that, and I appreciate the call very, very much. Going to go drive the Appalachian Trail on his last 7 days. Interesting, right? That's such beautiful country out there, but I'm not kidding. I get a lot of UFO reports from the area, and if I were to go on such a camping trip, I would hope that I just might see a UFO. I want to see one up close, right? But again, when am I ever going to learn to be careful what I wish for? Because now that I've wished for it, it just might happen, and I'll probably regret it. Oh my gosh. All right. Back to the phones. You're on the air. Welcome to the show.
Hello?
Hi.
It's Dave from Wisconsin.
Well, hi, Dave. What's on your mind tonight?
I've been thinking about your question for tonight with 7 days to live, type of thing. I guess this would be a complete pipe dream for me. But first, I would have two things, considering I'm a pretty big music fan, and I think that's been fully covered tonight. But I would attempt to resurrect Richard Wright and hope that they could reform Pink Floyd for at least a night so I could experience that live.
There you go.
And then I would also love if they could do that show along with a reunited Oasis, because I have some sort of strange affinity with British rock music. And then lastly, a strange one, completely tertiary to anything I've said before, is that I've always had a fascination with a good heist movie, such as Heat or Inside Man. I know it would be probably low percentage, but I would love to do a overly complicated bank robbery in the style of a movie.
Now that's some pretty good times, right? And then, of course, built into that is get away with it, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you
not turn into Dead Presidents, that movie. You want to get away with it, like Ocean's 11.
You want to get away with it, and you want the satisfaction of knowing that the adrenaline rush was worth it, and knowing that you beat the odds.
And you planned it down to the exact detail, to perfection.
Exactly.
Yes. So what would you want to get out of this heist? Like $10 million? What would be enough for you to go after and plan a heist for?
Well, if you're going for a large figure, obviously you have to target a large bank, because if I'm mildly familiar, not that I've actually done any research or have any plans to do this, but from what I hear, it's something like the average branch bank carries only about $10,000 worth of cash in their vault. So you'd have to go to some major city, do all that. I mean, I think, and that's where the real adrenaline rush comes from, because I mean, every so often you hear about a bank robber who just does the whole silent thing. I have a gun. Give me X amount of dollars.
You know what? I was in a bank one time when it was being robbed, just like that. The guy in front of me had a paper bag with a gun in it and a note, and he gave it to the teller, and there was a bank robbery, right? I mean, I was standing in line behind the guy. It does happen. But it was in a small town.
Right, exactly. And that's usually what I see as far as news coverage. But I mean, if you want, like, the supposed fantasy that I foresee is within essentially like a New York City, a Chicago, and LA. So I hear the music, but that's what it would have to be.
Nice. So. Very, very nice. And we are talking hypothetical here. I'm not encouraging anybody to commit a crime. But hypothetical last 7 days on Earth, that's a pretty good one. You gotta admit. All right. It is after midnight. We are in the middle of open lines on a Friday night, Saturday morning on Midnight in the Desert. I'm Heather Wade, and we'll do more when we come back. All right, and if you're trying to get into the show on Skype, do keep trying. All right, you're going to have to try again to get through on Skype. I can only take one call at a time there. There is one line free on the phones. If you want to try and get in, now would be a good time, and you'll have a spot in line on the phones. And man, I love that song so much. That is straight out of my childhood right there. And I used to have a gay neighbor, and I just adored this guy. He was so cool. And he loved Donna Summer. And he would always play that song. And his wall, we had a wall that separated our kitchens, right? So there were so many times, I can't tell you, that he would be playing Donna Summer so loud, and I would be on the other side of the wall in my kitchen cooking, and it was so loud I could sing and dance to it on my side of the wall. So every time I hear Donna Summer, I always think about that memory and laugh. And I grew up listening to that kind of disco music, and I miss it. I really, really miss it. Over to the phones. You're on the air. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Heather. How you doing?
It's a great night.
Good night to you. I know, huh? It's Friday night, and it's supposed to be great, and it is great night. It is great. But anyway, I was thinking about those 7 days you were talking about.
Yeah.
It's like, that's kind of depressing, though. When I think about it, I'm like, there's really nothing, fantastical or magical that I want about the last 7 days of my life.
No?
I want them to be magical and fantastical, but you know what? I'd like to spend them with the most important people in my life, my children, But, you know what? That's probably not going to happen. If that ever did happen 7 days, they would want to spend it. I wouldn't want to be depressed the whole time, It's like, what? Shit, we're going to die. But I'll tell you one thing. I would get my love on. Okay, after being with my kids and spending time with my kids, or maybe the last 2 days with my kids, because they want to, spend it having, not be depressed. Who the hell wants to be depressed the last 7 days? But like I said, I see nothing magical or fantastical about the last 7 days of my life. But the only thing I would try is I would do my kiss. I would kiss as many people as I could. Yes,
that's a good one.
Until I could find that one perfect kiss. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I have to get my kiss on. Absolutely. Love.
Gotta agree. Gotta agree with that. Yeah. I would probably dig out the number for that guy that I have a crush on, call him up, and do I
wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even go, wasting my time, looking up numbers. I'd be like,
going to their house.
I'd just be, going out and just going with the flow, kind of
well, look, every girl.
I wouldn't have plans. I would just try and get my kiss on.
All right, so you wouldn't plan for it at all. Just go by the seat of your pants.
That's right. Absolutely.
All right. Well, cool.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nothing wrong with that. I like it. I like it a whole lot.
You have a great night, and we'll talk to you next week.
Appreciate it, and I do hope I hear from you again, spirited call as she is. I really like it when she calls. Go around and try to find the best kisser. That's a good one. That is one of the better ones I've heard so far tonight. And, earlier caller Dwayne said that he would call up the girl that he likes and finally tell her. That's a good one, too. Every girl has, everybody has that person that they got a crush on, right? Well, yeah, I do too. I'm never going to tell you who it is. But I would get out his phone number and I would call him. And it wouldn't matter what the reaction is. I'd just spill it finally and tell him, look, I've had a crush on you all this time. All right, that's it. Goodbye. And run away from the phone. Hang up the phone and promptly run away from it. But the whole point of asking this question, right, is this. What you would do in your last 7 days, within reason, of course, and the law, is that if that's what you would do in your last 7 days, then that's probably what you should be doing now. Not a bank heist. Not a bank heist. But you see the point I'm getting at here. Right? All right. So let's go to the first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Good evening, Heather.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hey, it's after midnight. I'm always happy after midnight.
Me too. I've always been like a night creature.
Me too.
And when I'm being a night creature, having Betsy, my guitar in my hand, it brings out more than night creatureness in me. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Do you play better after midnight?
Oh, you know what? I turn it on whenever, see, it's not me, it's Betsy. The sound comes through Betsy here. Betsy, say hi. Tell me if you can make this out clear. Can you hear that okay?
Barely.
Okay. Well, I have a two-part question, piggybacking on what the last caller said. Instead of it being the last 7 days, and I totally get it, how about, for this two-part answer, can we make it that it's the first 7 days after a healing?
First 7 days after you heal?
After a healing, yeah.
Sure, why not? Why not? Okay. You escaped death and you cheated death, so now what are you going to do?
All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Betsy, and I can go and let's say I want to play guitar with a celebrity on the beach.
Sure.
By the fire. Anyone?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? I've put together some chords, and the one thing it's missing is, I'm learning and training my voice, but it's the music that's inspired me. Most of my adult life has been Jackalope, Portishead, and amongst like a lot of alternative stuff, many women in song stuff. And so anyways, this celebrity, I can pick anyone celebrity I want?
Anybody you want, living or dead.
Well, I would pick Heather Wade because right,
you gotta be able to think of somebody better than that.
No, but you know why? I'll tell you why I said this, because it's going to lead up to an exercise, and I know you got lots of callers, so I won't take much of your time. But this exercise that I'll take you on is something that every single one of your listeners can do. And for example, picture you on the beach with your friends and whoever, a lot of people. And you're around playing the guitar. Now, will you do this little exercise with me? It won't take long. Is that okay?
Well, that depends. Are you on speakerphone?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
You got to get off of the speakerphone.
Okay. I have a headset in. Let me correct this.
Well, it's so much better if you're just on the regular phone. You sound so much better.
Okay.
So, oh my gosh, listen to that. Listen to that. You sound like 100 times better, 1,000 times better.
You know what? I got headphones in, but I moved the phone closer to me. So can you hear me okay now?
Much, much, much better.
Okay. Sorry. So anyways, this exercise, it'll take about a minute or so. And this is what it involves. Picture yourself on a beach playing guitar. And you picture the smell of the ocean,
mm-hmm.
and then you look around, everyone's smiling, you feel warm, and you know that spot where you have your guitar and you're relaxed comfortably. Maybe you're leaning back against a comfortable rock with some craggy moss on it, and you're really comfortable. Okay.
Yes.
So, if I could, can you hear this?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, can I play 30 seconds for you? And here's the thing. I didn't know you played guitar, and I listen to you often. I didn't know you played guitar or even sang. And you never know. There's maybe a chance that I could learn to develop these chords, and you've got a voice that might match this. So I'll play you 30 seconds. You're going to know because you have a...
Yeah, but I am not singing on the air now or ever.
No. I'm just saying we're talking hypothetical in the 7 days after a healing, right?
Uh-huh.
Hypothetically. So here we go, right?
Are you going to sing? Because we don't allow singing.
Nope.
Okay. That is really nice. Listen to that. I've never had anybody call in and play guitar on the air. And that sounds like something he wrote, doesn't it? It sounds really, really nice. And hanging out on the beach to play music with your favorite musicians is a good one. It's a really, really, really good one to come up with when it comes to what you would do on the 7 days. Thank you very much for the call, and thank you to play that. That was nice, I gotta say. I really got to admit, that was beautiful. Let's go to North American Skype. You've been waiting for a while. You're on the air.
That me, Heather?
That's you. Hi.
Hey, hi. How you doing?
I'm having a great time tonight.
Got a couple scenarios and a question.
All right.
Okay. If the world was ending in 7 days, I would put a target on my shirt and a sign that says, get me off this planet.
I don't know that would help you much, but it's worth a shot.
Well, I'm either going to go splat or I'm going to get taken somewhere where it's a little more civil.
If there is a place that's more civil.
Yeah. The second thing is go ahead and try skydiving. It's not as bad as you think.
Yeah, I really want to.
You go through the course, and then the first time you go down with an escort, the first couple times is the scariest. I'd say the first 3 times, because first time you're sitting there scratching your head saying, do I really want to jump out of this perfectly good airplane? Mm-hmm. Okay?
Yeah.
The second time, then you turn around and you know that, there's a lot of free space there between you and the ground, and you're like, that's the worst one. Then after that, it's more kicks into, just auto thing, so the fear's,
like anything, you have to get used to it. I had a friend who wanted to go skydiving, and she explained to me that the first time you go, you're right, you have an experienced skydiver strapped to your back, or you're strapped to their belly, one of the two, depending on how you look at it, and you go down with them and experience that. I think the first 2 or 3 times, and I wouldn't mind that being the first jump that I ever take. But yeah, that's the point of asking this question. And if I can find the time, I certainly would love to.
Okay, and the question is, have you ever heard of Suge?
No.
Oh, you ought to look her up. She's fantastic.
Is she a musician?
Yes.
Well, I got to tell you, when it comes to latest music, I am so out of touch. It is silly. So, all right.
She sings a lot of pagan tunes.
Suge, I imagine?
Sooj.
Ooj. All right. Had that completely wrong. All right.
She also goes by Skinny White Chick.
Okay. I'll look her up and check it out. Thank you.
Yeah. She's really good. I think you'll like her.
Anything else you would do with your last 7 days?
Party like heck.
All right. Party like heck. Party like it's 1999, right? Of course. Of course. That's what we'd all like to do. And we should. We should be enjoying every day we've got like it is maybe our last. That's the point. But not breaking any laws, of course. But that's a general point I'm trying to make here by asking this question. How are we spending our time? Are we making the most of it? That's really what it comes down to. Make the most of every single moment that you have. Right? Over on North American Skype, you're on the air.
Roswell's Heathers. This is Dale down in Austin, keeping it weird.
Hi, Dale.
Wow, great show tonight. In fact, great shows all week. This has been a great week.
Well, thank you. I'm trying to live it up here.
Well, I appreciate it. And Roswell's to Art is keeping the dream alive. This is awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Even I didn't expect to hear him call tonight. That was great.
Okay, yeah. And if you haven't tried that goat milk soap yet, you should. It's awesome stuff.
Actually, I have. I did an ad for them, right? There was an ad that I personally endorsed them, and I wouldn't do it until I ordered a batch. And I ordered just about one of everything, including their little handmade washcloths, the handmade soap dish, all of it.
That is cool.
Yeah, I bought everything.
That dish is awesome.
And tried it before I would do the endorsement, and that is just... I mean, if life is about the little things, you got to get some of that. I mean, it is really the best soap.
I got the Man Bar.
The Man Bar is great. I couldn't resist the Man Bar because it's made of coffee.
Yeah, and it's really, forget what you call it. It means rough, and it gets rid of dead skin.
It's nice. Well, it's pretty cool to hear you call and actually say that. It really is the best soap. I encourage anybody even to just get one. And it, like I said, if life is all about the little things, that's a little thing you got to get.
Well, okay, so 7 days.
Yes.
First, I'd be a little bit sad because I wouldn't be around to see my New Year's prediction of Trump becoming president and buying North Korea come true.
Hey, that's logged in my book, by the way.
Okay, so what I would do is, well, first let me say, I know I'm going to heaven, so I won't be hosting a cocaine-fueled orgy for 4 or seeking spiritual enlightenment because, that's probably not the thing to do before you see your creator.
Okay, so DMT's off the list for you?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It might give me a headache.
All right.
So what I'd do is I'd grab my family and drive my space-time craft over to an undisclosed location, see if you and Art want to take a ride, and then I'd fold space-time to inhabited planets until we found folks worth hanging out with for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were like really cool, I would get some tech to bring back to improve life on Earth and maybe leave them a map of where to come and find us. Mm-hmm. And then maybe go back in time and talk to old Einstein and say, hey, dude, you got it all right.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in there in just a minute or two. But I like where you're going with this. Go fold time until you finally meet a civilization that's cool. And would you ask them for their advanced technology, or would you just take it?
Oh, I wouldn't take anything. No, because that would prove that I was not worthy and from a race of not worthy. So I'd walk very softly.
And ask them, can I please take your space-age remote back to Earth? Because we need this on Earth.
I need something that kills plasmids, that makes bacteria resistant to our drugs. And, yeah, definitely. And that's the problem, by the way. The problem isn't that we have one bacteria-resistant germ now. The problem is that the thing that makes it resistant is a plasmid, and the plasmid migrates easily to other germs.
That's right. So then other germs and bacteria become resistant to antibiotics as well.
Yeah, and like acne could become fatal.
Right.
So.
Right. And this is the world we're facing. Like
Right.
it or not. This is what we're up against. And are we going to survive it? I mean, think about the absolute disaster it would be if those plasmids migrate to Zika.
Oh, yes. Yes, good point. Or bad point.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the problem. I am cursed with a mind that just wants to go to the absolute worst possibility.
Right.
I have been like this my entire life, too. I will think of the absolute worst case possible scenario and then fixate on it like, you know, it's a horrible way to live. I don't recommend
anyone
it.
ask you, hey, what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. Just if you want to find out the absolute worst thing that could happen, just give me a call. And, you know, it's like a natural, innate, built-in skill that I have. I don't know. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't have it. But when I saw the article about that antibiotic-resistant E. coli, that was the first thing I thought of. Oh, my gosh, then the plasmids are going to migrate over to Zika, and that's it. We're all going to die. We're absolutely all going to die.
Oh, well, all we have to do is play hot stuff enough, and we'll raise our core body temperature, and just like in a movie, that'll kill all the invaders.
Well, I highly recommend Donna Summer for your last 7 days.
Oh, good point. I'll put together my playlist. That's my favorite aerobic song. We used to do crazy aerobic stuff to that back in the day.
It's a great song. I remember it from my childhood, and a lot of like Rod Stewart and all this disco from back in the day. But yes, on your last
Steamy Windows.
Steamy Windows?
Yeah, I can't sing it, but it's a good one too.
I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to go look it up.
Have a great night, Heather.
Appreciate the call, always. And yes, so on your last 7 days on Earth, I highly recommend that you include some Donna Summer. Definitely include some disco of some kind. If you're not, well, what are you doing with your last 7 days? I'm just not sure I know. If you're really living it up, if there isn't even just one disco song in there, you've got to do it. Got to do it. Or at least some good rock and roll, right? I highly recommend that. But do what you will with your last 7 days. Over on line 2, you're on the air. That's you.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, man. Awesome. This is Eric from San Antonio.
Hi, Eric.
Oh, man. I'm tuning in late tonight, but...
man. Are you? Okay.
Art called in?
He did. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well...
I can't wait to listen to the archives for that.
The question of the evening, if you haven't gathered, is... you know now that it's your last 7 days on Earth, and what are you going to do with those last 7 days that you've got? And so Art had to call in to respond to that.
That's pretty awesome.
I thought so, too.
Wow. Man. Oh, man, I wish I would have thought about your question a little longer. I actually had a question for you.
Well, go for it. I mean, open lines. That means anything you want to talk about. I always have news. I always have questions that are on my mind. But open lines means anything you want to talk about. Switch the gears on us. Feel free.
Open lines is a beautiful thing, Heather. I got to tell you that. But I was curious about, I remember a while back you had mentioned you play guitar, and I was curious on what kind of equipment you use.
I play Les Paul, and I don't have an amp right now because honestly, look, all my time goes into the program now.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't get a chance to sit down and play guitar much anymore. Most of the time, I'm just practicing singing. And
oh, really?
That I can do without any equipment at all. Right? I don't have to sit down and look at tab or anything. So I hope to make some time to continue playing guitar before I forget everything that I know. Did you have anything else?
Is that the only guitar that you own?
For the moment, yeah. I've owned plenty in the past. But listen, we got to take a break, so stand by. We're after midnight, where open lines really starts to get good. All right. So, like I said, anybody trying to get in on Skype, you're going to have to try more than once to get through, but you will get through. And we'll be back after this break with more unexpected open lines. I'm Heather Wade. All right, so we've got a caller on the line, and we were into a little conversation there, but the break just, has to come when it comes. All right, so on line 2, you're back on the air. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, actually, I had a question. I remember you said that you're really into Typo Negative, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever check out Peter Steele's band before that, Carnivore?
No.
It's worth checking out. It's somewhat similar in a way, but it's a lot faster and heavier, but it's definitely interesting.
I bet it is. I bet it is, and I bet it's good.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you heard the very first Typo album, Slow, Deep, and Hard.
Yes.
Yeah, that album, it's somewhat like that.
Is it? Okay.
But it's pretty intense, man.
So it's kind of like the gothic metal with a little punk sort of undertones.
Exactly.
Got you.
Exactly.
Okay, got you. But can we at least agree that October Rust is one of the finest albums ever made, ever?
It's not bad. It's not bad. Not
I mean,
bad.
has anyone been able to match that?
Oh, no, of course not. I mean,
I don't think it ever will be.
Typo was a band of its own.
They were. They really were. I'm still. So, I go around thinking Peter Steele is still with us, and then I remember, and it just, all my heart breaks all over again.
And he faked his death, I remember, at one point, too. And I remember when he actually passed, everyone was like, no way.
Yeah, I remember. And isn't it weird that he passed on tax day? Didn't he pass on April 15th?
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
I thought so. I was so happy because I had my taxes done, and then I'm looking at the news, and no, he's not playing us for a joke again. Really? And so I called a friend of mine, and he goes, no, actually, it's true. Devastating. We've lost way too many icons in the last few years.
Even this last year.
Yes.
We lost Lemmy from Motorhead.
I know.
We lost David Bowie.
Oh,
We even lost Nick Menza from Megadeth.
God, jeez.
Amazing drummer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, another musician that just can't be matched. I mean, there's not very many people, if there are any, that can match that kind of talent. And you know what? A lot of people consider heavy metal to be like a talentless genre of music.
Still, to this day, just very taboo almost.
Well, it is. And what's odd is, okay, so if you think heavy metal is a talentless musical genre, go try to play some of it.
Exactly.
And then you'll figure out, oh my gosh, one of the tablature books of music that I've always had is the Ozzy Osbourne Randy Rhoads tribute.
Oh, awesome.
Right? And so, I'm thinking, I'm out of my mind. I'm going to learn how to play the extended Randy Rhoads Suicide Solution solo. Dude. Oh, yeah, right. Open up the book of music and look at that, and it is just absolute insanity.
It's all over the place.
Just to look at it. Yeah, it totally is. It's so... And then if you look at the tablature, because no, I can't read music. I'm a rock guitar player. I read tab like every other rock guitar player, and I'm trying to figure out how you can even maneuver your hand. How did he it was like he was defying physical laws to even get his hand to do that, and he was a little tiny
really
guy.
Was. Like even when he played in Quiet Riot, still he stuck out like a sore thumb, but once he got with Ozzy, man.
Yeah, right. No kidding.
Wow.
So
explosion.
Yeah, so I just hope, it doesn't have to be hard rock like that. It doesn't have to be any particular brand of music, but I would sure love to see the heart and soul come back to popular music in whatever form. I don't care if it's metal, disco, what. Just bring the soul back. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's all that matters, man. That's all that matters.
It seems that we're missing it.
I just had one song suggestion. I thought that would be kind of cool.
As a bumper?
Yeah,
Sure.
That's cool.
What do you got in mind?
Princess of the Night from Saxon.
Princess of the Night.
It sounds fitting, man.
I will check it out and see if it passes my bumper music sniff test.
It's pretty cool.
I'm
It's
very
worth a
particular. Every song has to be very carefully chosen, and we'll see if that fits in. And thank you very much for the call.
Man. Thanks, Heather. Have a good night.
Far out
God
is
wills.
right. Thank you very much for the call. It's so good to hear everybody in such good spirits at this late hour. And we'll go over to North American Skype. You're on the air.
Hey, Heather.
Hi.
Hey, this is Josh from Arizona.
Good to hear from you, Josh.
I'm just wondering, with everything going on as far as being PC, and I've been scratching my head trying to figure out how that even started to begin with. I mean,
I think somebody somewhere got offended.
Yeah, I mean, especially, with the Confederate flag, now with the transgenders, and, what else is going to be attacked, you know?
Oh, they'll come up with something. We can't even say Merry Christmas anymore, right?
I know.
And I'm not even a Christian, and I wish we could just get back to Merry Christmas. It's Happy Holidays. Everything is sanitized and genericized and, made so that it doesn't offend anybody. I think that's what happened. Somebody somewhere got offended by something, and then somebody else said, well, we can't allow that to happen. We can't allow anybody to be offended anymore.
That's true.
Yeah.
And, the weird thing is when Art took over for you for that one night, I called him for the first time and got through. And this is my first time calling you, and I got through, which I thought was kind of interesting, especially since Art was on earlier.
Yeah, that is pretty weird. Looks like you did have to try a few times. You tried a dozen times.
Yeah. And real quick, before I let you go for another caller, I think for my 7 days, I would make sure that I would get with all my friends and my family, and then leave a couple of days to visit Ireland, because I've always wanted to visit Ireland. So.
Oh, there you go. You know what? There's a great thing you can do in Ireland. There's a company that will rent you horses to ride on the beach in Ireland. That's a thing you can do if you vacation there. That is one of the things.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do that. Ride horses on the beach in Ireland. Doesn't that sound cool?
That would be awesome. You guys have a good night, and thank you to our troops for Memorial Day.
All right.
As well. So
good deal, and good to hear from you. I hope you're having a good night. Appreciate the call. Always interested in different ideas about what you would do on your last 7 days on Earth. Right? And since Art called, why don't we change it up just a little bit? I mean, what if it was everyone's last 7 days on Earth? We can switch up the scenarios here. After all, it's hypothetical. And do let me remind everybody trying to get in on Skype, you do have to keep trying. Right? You have to keep trying to get in on Skype, and you will get in. It just takes a few tries. MITD 11 for North America and MITD 21 for any other corner of the globe on Skype. And let's go over to the special line and see what's waiting for us. On the special line, you're on the air.
Hi, Heather.
Well, good evening.
I'm from Wales.
You're from.
And I was on a dark and dusky day, and I saw the goat man at the end of the pier.
Really?
He was carrying a bag of the goat milk soap.
I don't know. There's something about your story that's just not ringing true.
The wolf man. I'm kidding.
See, this now you violated program rules. That's it. You're going to talk radio.
No, wait
jail.
a minute. You
this
said I could have two calls.
Yeah, I did. But are you? Do you identify?
Calls,
hey, do you identify as transgender?
I have a song about that.
Well, that doesn't answer the question, does it?
Well, can I play something for you?
No.
It will be very nice. Everyone will love it.
No, because this
Heather,
line is reserved.
Play you something.
This line is reserved for those who identify as transgender, and you called on the special line. If you had called on any other line, maybe, I don't know, I might have thought about it. I generally, as a rule, don't allow people to play music. Definitely no singing on the program. I made an exception because I just had a hunch that guy's guitar playing would be good, and it was. It was. Don't know that I'll ever do that again, though. I think that's a one-off. Right? But, yeah, no, you don't identify as transgender. Writing a song about it does not qualify, and therefore, off my phone you go. Over on North American Skype, you're on the air.
Hey, Heather, would that be me?
That would be you. Hi.
Awesome. How are you doing?
I'm having a great time.
Well, see, it's late enough I can ask a valid question.
It's all right. Anybody can ask me anything. It's all good.
Well, I just meant it wasn't as early in the night, so you hadn't had a barometer to gauge by yet. But
right, yeah. No, it's been a great night.
It's been good so far.
It's been fun. It really has.
Well, I don't really have... I sent my comment through the wormhole earlier, so now you're saying for a collective...
Well, I mean...
7 days.
It just, we could have it either way. This is our hypothetical. We can do anything we want with it, right? So if only you knew that it was your last 7 days on Earth, what would you do? Would you tell people, look, all I've got is 7 days?
I think I would, but it's really hard to capsulize what you can do in 7 days. You can think about everything and you can think about time management. But when it really gets down to it, what can you do in 7 days? I mean, you're going to cram a lot of love and a lot of living in 7 days. So what would I do?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be my family first, obviously. And then I really would like to go racing somewhere in the desert with you. Take the cars out and race some cane. And I'd like to go up in a hot air balloon and see the world from a bird's eye view.
Mm-hmm.
And I would probably like, if on a collective note, if we were all going at the same time and we knew it, we should have some kind of a gathering spot, and we should have the biggest gathering and have the best fun we could think of. And whether that means playing a bunch of music together or everybody dancing disco, which should be really funny to watch some of us. And some of us are disco challenged, others not so much, but hey, it would be fun, wouldn't it?
That's definitely am. Yeah, I would be the dorkiest dancer of the group, so...
Oh, you could get right in the middle where everybody would not be able to see you and you'd be having great fun.
Yeah.
It would all be good. Just, shift from side to side from the waist and you'd be doing good.
Do the time warp.
I just think we need to learn to spend time together in a way that brings happiness.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I would do as a collective.
Yeah, stop saying mean things about each other on the internet and get together in person and have a good time.
Yeah, and find out that these real people behind these words and whatnot on the internet are real people with real lives and things that go on that are not always savory from day to day, and other things that are absolutely fantastic.
Mm-hmm. No, it's true. It's true.
Anyways, that's all my 2 cents are for tonight. Thank you for everything you're doing. I really appreciate what you do and how hard you work. And I know your time is so precious now, even more so since you've gone to the 5-hour block. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the call. It's refreshing to hear someone remark on our disconnect. These days, we have more ways to communicate than ever, and somehow, some way, we're disconnecting from each other more and more, which is kind of backwards, don't you think? I can't quite figure that out. I guess because it's so easy to spend all your time on your own on the internet, right? You can do more and more and more on the internet. Shoot, a person could work at home, shop at home, get all your entertainment at home. With the internet the way it is these days, you could almost live an entire life without ever going outside of your home, right? Well, then no wonder there's a disconnect. I don't think that's going to do us very many favors down the road. We've got to find a way, a happy medium, a way to remember that we're all human, right? And maybe we ought to have, like, there's Earth Day. Maybe we ought to have, like, a World Meet People Face-to-Face Day. Wouldn't that be funny if we actually have to do something like that in the future? Over on the phones, you're on the air. Hello? Anybody home? Pretty sure the lights are on.
Heather?
Hey, it's going pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm sorry. I called earlier and I said some bad words.
Yes, you did. I am not amused.
I'm sorry about that.
I think you were a little bit stunned that you of what the special line was for.
Oh, the special line. Yeah, I came in halfway through your program. The special line, I don't know what that was all about.
I think that just caught you off guard.
I said some bad words.
Yeah, you did, and it's all good now.
But I have a suggestion for a guest.
What's that?
Do you know who Adrian Lee is?
Adrian Lee. Is this a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Okay, then no, I don't.
She's got a program on the Dark Network.
Okay, well, like the previous caller said, I put all my time into this program. So, what does Adrian Lee talk about on the network?
He's an author. He's got books, and he also goes on investigations, like looking for ghosts.
Okay. Now we're talking. All right.
And I happen to work with somebody that is on his paranormal team.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably set up an interview.
Well, it's real easy. Just have them email me.
He shows me EVPs, and have you ever heard of something called the Ghost Box?
Yes.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Oh, it is. It is. For anybody out there who doesn't know what a ghost box is, this is a great device. I want to get one. So the device, if
They're
I have,
spendy.
What's that?
They're spendy.
Yeah, they are. Why don't you explain what a ghost box is?
It's something that scans radio signals. You ask a question, and the thing goes and scans radio over and over, and you get an answer from. It's like if you've ever seen that movie called White Noise.
Mm-hmm.
You turn the TV on, and it's just a static, and that's basically what it is.
Right. So it scans the FM band over and over and over and over again. It's like a broken radio is what it is. But it manages to pick up voices that make sense, that respond to your questions. And this is what they can't figure out about the ghost box. Right?
It's crazy, isn't it?
It is. It is.
You're right.
What I find even stranger is the Ovilus. The Ovilus has words programmed into it, and somehow, some way, what it will do is the spirits in the area.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Well, no. The spirits in the area will use the energy. Well, then I'll just turn you down. The spirits in the area will use the energy of the Ovilus, and then it's got a phonetic generator in it, and then the Ovilus will talk to you. And supposedly, it's the dead talking to you. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to know what an Ovilus was. I've never heard of that.
Oh, well, look it up. It's pretty weird. I mean, you can walk around a haunted area, and the spirits in the area will use the phonetic generator in the Ovilus, and you can ask questions, and it will answer you. It's really creepy.
Can I make a couple of personal comments?
Sure.
This is a paranormal radio show, right?
This is a talk show, a late-night talk show where I talk about anything and everything interesting that has to do with the crazy world we live in.
But your last couple of guests have been like some dude that was out in the ocean, stranded or something. Like, what's paranormal about that?
There's nothing paranormal about that. That is interesting. That's what that is.
That is interesting. That made great radio, but this is a paranormal radio, right? Midnight in the Desert, Art Bell.
Well, I think a lot of people out there misunderstand what Midnight in the Desert is, and they expect me to talk about cryptids and ghosts and UFOs every single night. But have you ever listened to The Art of Talk?
But you've never talked about ghosts. You talk about UFOs and...
I do talk about ghosts. That's my favorite subject. That is my favorite. I haven't talked about it in a long time, but it's my favorite subject. If I could, I'd talk about it every night.
Tell me 3 episodes right now that you've done about ghosts.
Well, Steve Stockton, that was all about hauntings. Alan Pacheco is all about supernatural Santa Fe. And you know what? I'm not looking at my calendar right now.
Where's the EVPs?
Do you want me? Do I have to call Barbara McBeath? Because I will. I will. You want an EVP show?
Yeah. Where are they?
Well, you know, since the GIS are the people...
Isn't it Barbara Macbeth?
McBeath.
Macbeth? I'm pretty sure that's what Art used to call her.
All right. In any case, it's a talk show about anything and everything interesting. And the reason I brought up The Art of Talk is because if you listen to that... There's a specific sentence in there, and I sort of live by that sentence, and that is a talk show should be about life, right? And that means anything and everything that has to do with this crazy, insane world that we live in. Paranormal is just a part of that, right? So people may misunderstand what Art's show was all about. He didn't always talk about the paranormal. He talked about anything and everything that he wanted. Anything and everything that had to do with life. A talk show should be about life. You shouldn't limit what you can talk about on a talk show. That's why we talk about anything and everything that is interesting about this crazy world that we live in. And that involves a lot of different subjects. And yes, I've talked plenty about hauntings on the program. Actually, Nick Groff I had on, who is a ghost hunter. I had the guys from Ghost Asylum on the show. We've done plenty of shows about hauntings. And listen, you can't win, because if I do a show about hauntings, people will instantly say, well, you talk about paranormal all the time. Gosh, I wish you'd talk about something else. And if you talk about something else, people wish that you talked about the paranormal. So there you go. I will talk about things that I find interesting. Right? All right, so let's take a break after that, which I need, and we'll do some more open lines when we come back. Boy, the program's flying by. Absolutely flying by. But it does get good after midnight, does it not? I'm Heather Wade. What a night of open lines. It always is. That's why I love open lines, because it's completely unpredictable. I have no idea what is going to happen from one moment to the next, and that is how I like to live my life. I don't know about all of you out there, so let's not waste a moment and go over to, let me see, gosh, I just have a hard time deciding. Let's go on line 2. You're on the air.
Hello.
Well, good evening. Good morning.
Good morning. You said you owned Les Paul.
Yes.
Okay, I've got a story that only 3 people in the world know about. So I guess this will kind of change that. But just real quickly, in November 4th, 1993, the company I worked for, I was a machinist. Been a machinist all my life. I was a machinist in a company in Tennessee, little place. Me and a guy that worked for this fellow, we pretty much beat the competition down. They got mad. They burned the building down. So, essentially, we were out of work. So I had to go find work. Long story short, me and that same fellow went to Printer's Alley in Nashville, which was like 70 miles away, but we decided we were going to go see this little blues thing that Gibson was putting on.
Mm-hmm.
So as we went to this thing, we got kind of drunk, loud, kind of rowdy, and I called this guy the Georgia Bulldog because he resembled, a little stocky bulldog. So we kind of got loud and rowdy. There were 4 people sitting at the table next to us. Long story short, it was the owner of Gibson, the 2 head engineers, and the plant manager. Well, we said some rude and crude things to them, but they had overheard us saying about being machinists. We had no idea they were looking for help. So they threw a card on the table. My buddy said, take your, somewhere else. And so the next morning I looked at this card and I said, wow, this is Gibson. Who are these people? And it said plant manager. So I called this guy and I'm like, oh man, I am totally sorry about this, he's like, he laughed. He said, you guys tied one on pretty good. I said, yeah, and he said, how would you and your buddy like to come work for us? And I said, no way. He said, yeah, really. So I started work for Gibson.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. This is in November of 93. By Thanksgiving, they had sent all their guys north to train on some new machine that they brought in. I already knew it, so it wasn't a big deal to me, but I ran this machine and basically did all the guitars by myself. Oh, me and my friend did. By ourselves. We built the necks, the bodies, fretboards, you name it, we built it. We built, as a matter of fact, in the 8 months we worked for Gibson, we built over 50,000 guitars, the 2 of us. And that broke their record, I think 4 times over.
Wow.
So the plant hated us, but yet we were still, loved by management. But I didn't know that January 1st, 1994 was Gibson's 100th anniversary. I really didn't know it. And, I was just a machinist. So they asked me to come in on January 1st. I started laughing. My buddy laughed. I said, man, by 4 o'clock, we'll be 3 sheets in the wind. There's no way we could work. And
yeah, we're talking New Year's Day. That's National Recovery Day.
Yeah. So we actually showed up. We slept in the parking lot. I don't even know what time it was when we got there. They woke us up in the parking lot to come inside, and we made this guitar. And it was we staggered out there 3 hours later. Went home, recuperated. 5 days later, came back to work. Plant was back in operation. They shut down to clean up at that time of year.
Mm-hmm.
They come walking towards me, and I'm like, oh, man, we messed up. And they're carrying a case. Man, look, man, it must be an expensive one. And I'm thinking, oh, man, we're going to get...
What have I done, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking, when did this happen? When is it?
Well, what did they say? What happened?
They laid that guitar down on this new machine, and it's got a big table. They flipped that case up, and it was this guitar that I had made on the first, done in black. It was the most beautiful Les Paul I had ever built. I couldn't believe they actually went to this much trouble for this one guitar. And he handed me this gold ink pen, and he said, "Sign your name." And I said, "What?" He said, "Sign your name." And I said, "Where?" He goes, "Anywhere you want." And I said, "Cool." So I snatched it out of the case. I signed it big like John Hancock style.
Right.
He's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." He said, like 12 other signatures are going to be on this thing, not just yours. I said, "Well, hey, there's mine."
Was the guitar made for somebody special?
No, this was the very first 100th anniversary Gibson ever built.
Wow.
This was the one and only 100th anniversary. I have spent since 1996, I think, or 7. I left there in August of 94. Kind of got arrested and had a few other problems, but I tried in 96, 97 to find out what happened to that guitar. It used to be on display. Nobody will ever tell me. I've called them a dozen times, even like as recently as a year ago. Still nobody will tell me what happened to that guitar. I can't prove it, but I can prove this. I can prove I did work there during that time, because I still have my original badge with my face, my signature, Gibson USA, Massman Drive, Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
You could probably scan it, and it would show up. Yeah, that's an employee here. But, I worked for them. I was the guy that actually built the very first, and probably the next 49,000 after that. But
well, that is pretty cool.
Guitars.
Yeah, mine is much newer than that. So, probably wasn't made by you, but it's a good company. Gibson's a good company. They make great guitars, and that is pretty cool that he had his hands on the 100th anniversary Gibson Les Paul. Probably a very beautiful, fine instrument it is. I've always been a big fan of Gibson, but you know how a lot of guitar players have their particular type or brand of guitar that they're stuck on? I'm not that way. I like all kinds of guitars. I've owned Martin 12-string acoustic, beautiful guitar. I've owned a Hamer Slammer Series, beautiful electric guitar. I've owned Fender Stratocaster. I've owned all different kinds. You know what? It doesn't matter to me. I just want to play the music, right? That's what matters to me. I don't get stuck on brands. But I have a special place in my heart for the Les Paul. Don't really know why. Maybe that's a past life thing. Who knows? Let's go over to the phones again, and you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Is this me?
It is. Hi.
Hi, this is Barry of the GIF.
Well, hi, Barry.
How you doing? I just wanted to correct you a little bit. Barbara's name is Macbeth.
Macbeth? I've heard her say McBeef.
I know, because Art used to call her that too, and I talked about it to her the other day, and she kind of laughed.
All right, so for once and for all, then I won't mispronounce her name anymore. I mean, most of the time when I talk to her, I'm just addressing her as Barbara. Anyhow, we don't even get into the last name thing, so all right.
Once in a while. But in answer to your question about if I had 7 days to live, I think the normal thing, of course, I would say goodbye to my family, but then it'd probably be sex, drugs, rock and roll, and then after my demise, cremate me and shoot me into space.
Hey, I like it. I like it. It's simple, it's short, and it's sweet. But listen, Barry, a lot of people have been wondering about the GIS, so I'm so glad that you called in, because listeners have noticed that the ghostpicks.com website has been sold to some casino or something. And so they're wondering if the GIS has disbanded, or if the GIS still exists, or what. Can they get that answer directly from you?
Well, we still exist. The website was sold. We don't go out much. Barbara and Roger are a little older, and I'm not that young. And so it doesn't mean we won't go out. I do go out if I'm on vacation and I find a haunted location. Obviously, I like to reserve a room there. But officially, we haven't been doing much.
All right, but you still have that incredible collection of EVPs.
Yeah, most of it was at Brendan's house, and I haven't talked to Brendan in a little bit. Barbara has more communication with him.
Mm-hmm.
So he has kind of the log of all those voices and all that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, since I've got you on the air right now, might as well ask, could we do a show in the future? Would you do me the honor?
Me personally or Barbara?
Barbara, you, anybody from the GIS that would honor me by doing a program.
Well, let me talk to her. Hopefully I'll see her this weekend, and then we're going to Mesquite the following week.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll see what we can do.
All right. I do know how to access all the library of EVPs, you know.
Yeah, I remember from the last show.
Yeah, I can still do that. If you guys would like, I would be so honored. And the program is a 5-hour program now, but I wouldn't ask you to do more than 3 hours. 4 if you felt like it, but 3 hours minimum.
Okay, I'll be more than happy to talk to Barbara about it. Like she says, we're going to celebrate their anniversary, so.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's their 50th.
Wow, that is a lot of years to be together.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, do tell her that I said hello and wish them a happy anniversary. And I just, it's so cool to hear from you live on the program, Barry.
Yeah, I never spoke to you live. I've chatted with you a couple times, but I never spoke with you.
No, yeah, we have talked a little bit off the air, but never on the phone before.
No.
Yeah,
no.
Usually I'm talking to Barbara, and what usually happens is I'm calling her for something quick, and we always end up on the phone for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I know, because a lot of times my girlfriend lives next door to Barbara. So she'll be on the phone with you, and she'll come tell us, well, I was on the phone with her trying to get the show together and bullshit for like an hour.
Whoops. That's a word we don't allow on the air, but I understand. No, it comes out in normal conversation. But, yeah, Barbara and I get on the phone, and we just can't stop talking because, like I've said many times on the program, that hauntings really are. Hauntings and the afterlife, I've been fascinated with my entire life. And because of that, Barbara and I, you can't hardly peel us off the phone once we get to talking.
Oh, I can imagine it'd be a great conversation. I've heard many of her stories from when she was young.
Mm-hmm.
And I love them. I love listening to what she tells me.
Oh, I bet she had, because when she grew up, hauntings were just a normal part of life. So she thought that that's how everybody's house was.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I was absolutely tickled to have the honor to talk to her and the one time. And then we became fast friends. And I would love to have you guys back on the show. I haven't had anybody else on with EVPs because the best EVPs in the world are collected by the GIS.
We did have some very good ones.
Yes.
I had favorites myself.
Well, I go out looking for EVPs often, and they're nothing like, I don't know what kind of talent or skill it is that you guys have for attracting them or capturing them. If it's the old-fashioned way, putting hours and hours into a given location to capture the EVPs, but they're the best EVPs I've heard from anywhere.
Yeah, I remember going out for hours and coming out back with nothing, and frustrating, but not much you can do.
Right. Well, that's what it takes, the time. And I am always suspicious of paranormal investigators who go to a location with a recorder and they say, well, let's do a little EVP session, and they ask a question for 5 or 10 minutes, and then they play it back and they go, look, see, we got one. And I'm going, wait, come on, how could that possibly be?
Yeah, I've never had any luck to get one, that quickly. I've got a couple unexpected ones that I wasn't ready for, but usually never that quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't think it was very likely. And I have yet to be brave enough to go collect EVPs, but, I'm always at home, so I don't want to know if there are, if the undead or the dead actually are talking to me at my house. I'm not sure I want to know.
But on our way down, going to Mesquite at home, we're going to stop by this little restaurant that's supposed to be haunted and eat lunch there.
Mm-hmm. Well, cool. I hope you take your recorders. Do you always use digital recorders now, or do you still use...
I have the digital. Barbara has a digital, but she was asking me the other day about one of the old ones, because I actually still have it. And I told her I would give it to her. And I ain't so sure she wouldn't use it.
She probably would.
We had a lot of success with the, that type of recorder. And
right, using the old blank cassette tapes.
Yeah. I don't know what the difference is, why one is more successful than the other.
Yeah, I don't know, because there's the theory that ghosts are utilizing electromagnetic energy to manifest and communicate, and cassette tapes, use magnetism with the cassette tape, and maybe there's something going on there. I don't know. I really don't know. But listen, I could call and talk to Barbara easily every single day. I intentionally don't bother her because every time we get on the phone,
love it, believe me.
We talk for so long. So I'm always thinking, okay, now don't bother Barbara. But yeah, I just adore her.
Well, I was kind of hoping you could meet her, if we come out that way. But I don't know the schedule wise. I'm going to go a day into Vegas, and she's going to be in Mesquite and stay there, and I'm only staying there part-time.
Mm-hmm.
And with your show, I don't know how you would, try and coordinate it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I will give her a call over the weekend or maybe Monday, and after she's home, of course, and figure out if that's even possible. I would love to meet you guys.
Yeah, she's leaving. Well, we're both leaving Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday, I'm going to try and sneak into Vegas to see if I can see my granddaughter. And then I'm coming back Monday. But they're going to be there, and I'm not leaving till Tuesday. And then I think they're staying till Thursday. So they'd be there from Saturday till Thursday, in my best knowledge.
All right. Well, then I guess I better call pretty early tomorrow.
Yeah, she'll be up early knowing her.
All right. Well, I'll do my best.
We're not leaving this Saturday.
Okay.
We're leaving following Saturday, but she's probably going to be up early tomorrow, her knowing her. She works early in the morning. She's always up.
All right. Oh, cool. Then I can get in touch with her over the weekend.
I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll talk about that, and we'll also talk about possibly coming on the program to do an EVP show. I would just be a kid in a candy store if we could possibly do that, because earlier in the program tonight, I was accused of not doing enough shows on hauntings.
Yeah, I heard that.
So we better get one on the docket, shall we?
Okay.
All right. Well, it was really, really, really cool to finally talk to you.
Oh, same here, Heather. And keep up the good work. And I'm always listening.
Thank you, Barry. That is Barry of the GIS. So there you go. There's the answer. Everybody wanted to know what has happened with the GIS. There you go. They do still exist. The website was sold, but they do exist, and they may be investigating a haunted restaurant here real soon. And yes, I'll talk to Barbara and see what we can arrange, see what we can put together, and see if we can't do an EVP show. All right? Over on North American Skype, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, Heather. It's Michael from DM Chat Rats.
All right. How are they doing tonight?
Well, we're not all there tonight. It's been kind of quiet since it gets later in the day, or later in the night.
Well, then they're not the night owls they claim to be.
I know, and I'm trying to get them on, but, you can only do what you can do when you get home from work so late.
How cool was that to hear from Barry of the GIS?
Oh, that was awesome. And
that was
a great
pretty
call,
cool.
too.
Yeah, I mean, we've had Art Bell call in tonight and Barry of the GIS call in tonight. What a night.
It's a crazy night.
Plus all the cool, weird calls we've had all through the night. This is why I love open lines.
I love open lines, too, because you never know what you're going to get.
You have no idea. I did my best to taunt JC, but we didn't hear from him tonight.
One day we will. We're one night. I call this day because I'm up all night. I'm a night owl like you.
Yeah.
I'll be up till 7.
Well, I'm not kidding. It's right there on Facebook for anybody to see. He's accusing me of calling him and breathing heavy into the phone and hanging up.
He's playing.
He thinks that's me. He's calling me out right there on Facebook for the world to see. Calling out. Well, I know it's you, Heather Wade. No, it certainly is not. I do not have his phone number. And even if I did, I would not be calling him and breathing heavy on the phone. What is this?
No, and you call him out all the time. And does he call in? No. You know what I mean?
Well, he's got to get brave and start coming up and calling me out on these things because I'm just going to continue taunting.
Oh, I think he's afraid of a woman.
He might be. You know what I think? I mean, he's the one who brings up heavy breathing, coming to get me to take me to the compound and all this stuff. You know what? I think JC's got a crush.
Oh, he might.
He was borderline flirting, was he not, the last time he called? I mean, come on, let's face it. Let's face it.
I wasn't even sure if that was him because he was being a lot nicer than he usually is.
I know. He did start out with "How dare you," but no, that was definitely him. I could tell that was definitely him. I mean, he's getting up in the years, So before we run out of program here, what's on your mind, man?
Yeah. All right. A couple things. Well, I want to talk to 7 days. But first of all, the guitar that you got, I've got an Epiphone Les Paul style.
Mm-hmm.
And the prior guitar was a Gibson Les Paul. And I just love that style, the Les Paul. There's something about it.
They have a full and punchy sound to them. That's what I like.
They do. And the Gibson was one of the greatest guitars I picked up. I loved it.
Oh, yeah. And they weigh a ton, by the way.
It does. Oh, it was heavy as hell, but...
Yeah, it doubles as a weapon. If anybody tries to steal the guitar, you just grab that thing by the neck and whack them over the head, and you will still have your guitar.
Yeah, I think the Epiphone is maybe half as much to 3/4 of the weight of the Gibson, but I really think the Gibson played better with all that weight behind it in the wood.
Yeah, it does. So, 7 days, man. Go for it.
7 days. Now, I would want to set up parties, like groups, get-togethers, several of them with all my loved ones, all my friends, and have small get-togethers throughout the week of different groups.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point have another few get-togethers with the same people that I love, that I know that I think should meet other people in my life that I love. And I'll get a few get-togethers with those kind of people that I can have them meet and meet each other and know each other before I'm gone.
All right, man. Well, I wish we had more time. I know that's a weird thing to say on a 5-hour program, but that is a good way to go. I mean, not go as in go, but go as in a good way to spend your last 7 days on Earth. Have parties for different groups of people that you love, right? And get them together. Well, all we've got time for is for one last caller to say good night to all the 25 time zones, right? I have dropped the ball on doing this, so let's pick up that ball right now. Over on the phones on line 2, if you would, say good night to all 25 time zones.
Would that be me?
That would be you.
Well, I'm the guy who called and suggested that you bring back the honors, so I'm happy to take the honors from you, Heather. This is Shaz calling from sunny Southern California. I'd like to wish America and the world at large a fresh and happy new Memorial Day weekend. Look out for the vets. Do the best you can out there, and don't let fools take you down.
All right. Isn't that weird? I did not plan that. So, he had the suggestion, and he also had the honors. Everybody have a very good Memorial Day weekend. Live it up every single moment. Enjoy that precious time that you've got. And I will be here on Monday night with another show to knock your socks completely off. Good night, everybody.
And there's wisdom in the air. I've been looking for the answers. All my life I felt you there. As the world we live in quickens, are we heeding all the signs? Have we lost our intuition? Are we running out of time?